are live. Woo! What it do, what it do, what it do. We are live again. Sorry for the lateness. Was on the phone. Jesus Christ. Sometimes I wonder, do motherfuckers actually purposely annoy me? There's a reason why I don't think I really like talking to certain women after a while because I just know it's not going to go anywhere tangible, especially when it's over shit like COVID and all kinds of dumb shit. I'm like, yo, don't argue with me when I'm on the fucking. I smoke cigars with people who make the fucking medication. Okay? That's not lowball my intelligence. I don't lowball anybody else's intellect. Unless you say something that's utterly stupid, then we gotta talk about this shit. But how y'all doing today, man? Heard y'all want to do a part two. Shout out to the old crew. I'm in part of my clan meeting, on Call of Duty, not the other clan. Bastard should have been dead. Oh, I got him. But let me know if you in the chat. Say woo, say what's up, say something. I know a couple of people didn't get a chance to speak who wanted to come up, so doing a part two about does the black community need black police? Excuse me. And by the way, if you're in the chat, can you tell me what a first responder is? Just Google it. Just humor a Negro if you don't mind. Just humor me. Yeah, I just got finished working out myself. About to do part two after the show. About to do part two after the show. Hey, do me a favor. Somebody Google the definition of a first responder and what jobs actually pertain to those. I'm doing it for a friend. Doing it for a friend. I'm one of those guys, a smart ass. Wait for a few more people before I get in. Somebody Google and copy and paste what a first responder is for me, please. Thank you, B. Hobson. B. Hopkin. First responder is a person with specialized training who is among the first to arrive and provide assistance at a scene of an emergency, such as an accident, natural disaster, or terrorism. And while you at it, I'm glad you did it. First responders typically include law enforcement officers, paramedics, EMTs, and firefighters. Guess what this paramedic just told me? That I wasn't a first responder. Well, I go to the hospitals, so do I. Well, I see the people when they get sick, so do we. See, this is the reason why. I'm going to tell you the reason why Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. is still single and never has been married is because of simple shit like this. Don't hang up on me, get mad because I said Google what a first responder is. Well, I'm a first, yeah, you're a EMT paramedic firefighter. Yep, you're a paramedic firefighter, yeah. What are police officers? What are military personnel? Especially National Guardsmen. What law enforcement, they're fucking first responders. See, this is the reason why, when it comes to women, there's very few women. Shout out to Danielle. You're one of the few women I can have a conversation with. Oh yeah, my extra rate. I can have a conversation with, and it's a beautiful conversation. Most women, I cannot have a conversation above the first level. If it ain't about vague bullshit birthdays, kids, or some musical shit, I can't really have that in depth of a conversation. Sorry. People may say that's sexist, but no, I don't think it's sexist. I just call it wisdom. I call it being a wise man in a wise goddamn world. And this is part of the reason why it goes into fruition. Why the fuck we can't have nice things in the black community? You know why? You know why? Because a lot of people are, I'm not going to say they're idiots. They're just ignorant. They lean to their own understandings. They think they are the only people to experience the world. And it's like, yo, shorty, I value your experience, but value mine as well, please. I'm not an asshole about a lot of shit, okay? I'm really not. I'm really not. When you get to know me, I'm very inquisitive. I want to learn as much about what you know and share what I know. And I'm very respectful at it. So, I'm not all about this pity party bullshit. I'm not about this tick for tack bullshit. I want people to actually, you know, live, learn, and love. And all the other good shit. I want all that shit to be righteous. You know what I'm saying, yo? I mean, it is pure ignorance. If you're gonna tell me something, and I've been a first responder just as long. Well, if you count my military career, twice as long as you. That would be very fucking ignorant to tell me that I'm not a first responder if I gotta give somebody CPR. Yes, you would take over because your expertise as a EMT, firefighter, or paramedic would trump my expertise. But at the same time, we gotta be realistic about what we say. And this is a great segue into what happens in the black community. We segue into foolishness. We have a lot of people who believe their own foolishness, who believe that we don't need any black cops, but yet life has shown us other. That's what I was just told before starting the show. I swear to God, I swear to God, I swear to God Almighty, this is what the fuck I've been told. This is the reason why it's hard for me to date, man. This is the reason why it's hard for me to date. It's hard for me to date and marry, especially when people get into their own feelings instead of actually being factual. Police officers are not first responders. I swear to God, this shit is not even funny, man. This shit is not funny. And this is what black men gotta go through with their own goddamn women. As much as I want to marry black, I'm just like, you know what? Your boy might as well just stay single. I don't even. If it's not just going out and dating and maybe once in a while just sex, I don't think I can handle it. I think that shit's a bit much for me, man. I think I'm done. It's always like BGS said it best, and I gotta make a t-shirt of this shit. Guilt, shame need to be right. It's guilt, shame need to be right, man. It's because she thought because she goes to the hospitals, like we don't go to the hospitals, we don't have to respond. The reason why they call us first responders is because we're first on the scene of an accident, of an emergency, of a burglary, of all kinds of shit. I tell you, man, sometimes I'm a, my head hurts. Sometimes I gotta tell you, my daddy always told me, man, your intelligence is gonna be your biggest burden, my nigga. Your intelligence is gonna be your biggest burden. Damn, I should have put BGS's title in there. Would have had people flooding. Now, let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop venting a little bit. Where were we from earlier today? Yes. Now, I know there's some new faces from earlier today. I'm going to take a vote real quick. Do you believe that black police officers and black police chiefs and black police commissioners are good for the black community? We'll take a vote of yes or no. I'm going to see what y'all think. Because, personally, I don't know about you, but we have a better record of survival when it comes to somebody looking like us. Just saying, man. We got three yeses so far. Three yeses. Four yeses. I'm going to tell you, a lot of black people are not cool with other black people being in a position of authority. Like I said earlier, it's been proven. Well, I don't think this person ought to tell me what to do. Well, that's their job. You know, they gotta enforce the law. As long as they do it fairly and impartial, ain't much you can say. And I think we need to get out of our feelings in retrospect. And I think in retrospect, I think a lot of people just in the black community don't like authority. It's yet to be proven. Sorry. But what you mean we don't like authority? You don't. Every time somebody tells you you acted a damn fool, you can't tell me and my kids what to do. I've seen it so many times. Parents will allow their children to be heathens. Our issue with police is not just racial, it's authoritative. It's authoritative. We have a defiance issue in the black community. We have issues with it. When we look at it, we look at that black cop, instead of being the best of us, we tend to look at him like, oh, he's just a sellout. See, a lot of times in the black community, we look at our accomplished. It doesn't have to be police. It could be somebody who has a great job or got a degree. And how many times, if you're the guy with the degree, you're a sellout. Especially if you are dating or married to somebody outside your race. Nobody cares that you might have spent time with this person. This person was loyal to you. I'm listening. It was said on a panel today that black cops are the worst when it comes to authority with other blacks. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie, and I can prove it to you. There's plenty of black people out there, when they get stopped by the police, guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna stop talking. They'll give that white guy all the respect in the world. How do I know? Look what happens when you take black people out there and you put them in a work setting, and it's white people there as well. How many of them do you see go out of their way to be respectful to white people? See, the black cops are the ones who are going to tell you, yo, kid, get your ass out of here. The white cops are going to look at you as like just another arrest. You're just another feather in my cap, kid. But those same people who say who black cops aren't reasonable, I would also question their integrity, especially when it comes to their livelihood. Were they always on the up and up? Were people fucking with them because they were doing something they weren't supposed to? Nobody ever answers that shit. Man, I was smoking weed in front of the daycare and they were fucking with me. Really, nigga? Man, I was only doing 95 and a 35 and they were fucking with me. Really, nigga? I hate to say it, not every time you interact with the police, it's not always a event where you're having your civil rights violated. That's where Josh originally started. He was in he field trained in the Northern, and he went to the Central District for a while, and then he came back to the Northern. See, a lot of times we need to, as a people, sift through the bullshit. We really do. And I'm not looking for any favoritism, because I got my gripes with people in the department. I got my gripes. There are some shitty people out there, but I can say that in all walks of life. What's up, Mars? Instead of saying, and trying to understand if black cops are good for the community, do you like it when other races of people govern you, judge you? We don't say anything about them Puerto Rican officers being recruited from Puerto Rico to here and getting paid more because they're bilingual and they're adding their years on from when they were in Puerto Rico, so they're starting off making $2,000 every 2 weeks, 2,100, 2,200, and that's before overtime. But yet, we can't get a signing bonus for young black men in Baltimore who know the streets, who know the lingo. Even the black females who work here, who know the streets and know the lingo. They make the greatest detectives because, of our gynocentric nature. You'll tell everything to that female detective because she's so nice and so pretty. And you'll tell her where all the bodies you laid, where all the drugs are stored. Because you know how much Negroes love the pillow talk. And see, the reason why a lot of us don't see police officers as, especially black ones, as part of helping the community is due to the fact that you don't even understand what a community is supposed to be. Oh, I know. Oh, oh, you thought I was gonna hold back from earlier? You crazy? You are crazy. You are crazy. If you think for 1 second, you are crazy for 1 second. To think something else is up. But no, no, no. We don't need black police officers. What we need is to defund the police. Oh, really? How has that been working for you? We need to defund the police. You know, I'm starting to believe that whole defund the police shit was a slogan that everybody wants to put their fucking feet towards. And instead of having tangible, actual, factual answers, we just stuck our fucking heads up on that. And somebody who's got a fucking thing, get rid of that fucking Russian bot. I think what's really wrong in the community these days is that we don't like to talk about the hard issues, about how much we actually do need law enforcement, how much is actually compulsory. That's a fancy way of saying necessary, by the way. Very fancy way of saying necessary, compulsory. We don't even want to say that. Who the hell is he nigga and master community? Marilyn Mosby is a very, how you say, arrogant lady. She's arrogant to the point where her arrogance actually hinders her. I'm pretty sure she's a very intelligent lady, but like a lot of people, her arrogance actually hinders her intelligence. So that's what I think of her. I mean, I will admit she's easy on the eyes. She's probably one of our better looking politicians ever, but a lot of things that she's done in her career shows that she she has a very arrogant tendencies. And unfortunately for her, a lot of this shit that she was doing is starting to catch up. Now, next question. I can't believe I was siding with BLM. Um, you know what's funny? I hear that shit a lot. I never saw the, even before, you're talking to a kid who was marching in the Million Man March as an eighth grader, okay? I'm as pro black as they come. See, BGS might be right. I'm conservative, more leaning than anything, but I also have a soul. I believe the government should help us, should actually support the community. I'm just to the point where if you're working for it, I think the people should give you a hand up. I think everybody should have equal opportunities. We're not all going to have equal outcomes. And I'm down with that. I just think that I think that we as a people need to actually understand that to some great levels. Black conservative bourgeoisie says, why don't black cops believe in tough on crime policy tactics like they did in the 90s, even though we're seeing massive crime waves in America? Because they didn't work. That's why. Because a lot of times it's easy to try to put blame on crime without looking at all the reasons of crime. If you're funneling all the money to one way and not unilarity, you're basically giving people who need the help less instead of actually putting young black boys through school in STEM, which would significantly curb your violent crimes in major black cities. Because I don't care if it's a major black city or if it's a major metropolitan area. Anywhere you have wayward boys, you're going to have crime. Can somebody time he nigga out? Because we're trying to have a dialogue with some serious folks. I don't even give a damn if people are conservative or whatnot. At least have a serious conversation. Because people really want to hear this. Anywhere you have lack of resources, hopelessness, low education standards, you're going to have high crime. Look what's happening in the Midwest, in so many cities there. You had low you had low education, you had hopelessness. And I mean, this is places like Kentucky where it's lily white. And look what they did. They went to drugs. But the difference is between the 80s and the 90s when it came to blacks, the same damn thing's going with whites now. They were treated like a mental illness when we were treated like a crime. That's the major difference. But some people just need tough on crime policies. They can't be saved no matter how much funding you put them in, as harsh as sound. I mean, let's be serious. Let's be 100% serious. How? How is it more? I'm gonna say this. What's up, Josh? Is it more important to lock people up or to prevent crime before it starts? If I know the patterns of crime is lack of opportunity, lack of opportunity, lack of education, proximity, and time, what happens if we could save most of these boys? Let's say you had 25 boys. Two of them decided to be criminals no matter how much you gave them funding and love and hugs and kisses and all the support. I would rather have 23 success stories than to have all 25 go to hell. Think about it. And I'm glad somebody put that up there. Most of your black men are locked up now, and we got more black men locked up than women locked up around the world for non-violent shit. Non-violent shit. But yet, if you look at the crime statistics, white people commit 100,000 more violent crimes than we do. You would think the prison rate will correlate such. But see, I do have to ask yourself this question, black conservative bourgeoisie. When did your ass stop being black? We need to stop acting like the world works the same way when we have more than enough evidence that it does not, even in today's time. Now, stop that. Because you know the majority, we have more black men in college than we have in prison. Notice nobody in the black community like to talk about success stories, even the so-called conservative ones. Notice we're going to tell the truth about shit. I just put out an article where 10.5 million new jobs are being opened up and they're still not hiring black men. If they're not going to hire you, then what the fuck can you do? What the fuck can you do? If they're not going to hire you, what can you do? And yes, you can reach 23. Even when I coached wrestling for all these years, 22 years, I literally have a 98 percentile rate of young black men graduating high school and being productive members of society. Have you noticed all black men? I'm glad you said that. See, we're going to start with that statement right there. Stretching it, you might be able to reach one or two, but that's it. But then you come out with some bullshit like this. All black men I know are employed. And I've been noticing that trend since 2016-17. You just contradicted yourself in less than how many spots? So, people are getting fucking reached. People are getting fucking reached. So, regardless of what the fuck you're saying, and I do mean that in all respect, people are getting reached, and the majority are being reached when you're putting out an effort. BLM was a red flag for me. Once I saw that it was led by black lesbians, an organization that's supposed to be for something that impacts black men heavily, and digging into the business and etc., only confirm it. See, I've always looked at this shit, and I'm glad black conservative bourgeoisie did this because this is the same shit that people bring up when they talk about black first responders. What are first responders again? See, this is the same fucking arguments people make. So, are those black men black boys first? I mean, you gotta pick a struggle here now. Gotta pick a struggle. Can't have it your way. Not Burger King, son. Can't have it your way. It's either gotta be one way or the other. Matter of fact, I forgot I did all my talking this morning. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. We don't argue from the chats now, do we? Don't forget to hit that cash app, people, please. This is gonna be one of the classics, baby boy. See, when you focus your efforts on politics, you get disappointed. It's the power and money dynamic. Remember, black people have never had a healthy relationship with it because we don't know the difference between either. You gotta leverage power. Anybody want to come up? There's the link. A lot of black people do not understand how to leverage power. It's not power, power. The hand that pays is the hand that rules. George Soros, anybody? Kamala Harris, anybody? Gotta have power. If you actually gave funding for young black men, for STEM, for trades, pushed them into the military, fire, and police, like the Gray Faulkner Initiative, you would curve damn near overnight your crime. Remember, if you gave a black man a job, statistically, the black man will work it. So, this whole thing about black men being lazy and shiftless was a fucking lie. Shout out to J Bones. Mike V, if you want to come up, you damn sure welcome. Let's go break this shit down even further. See, a lot of this shit that goes on in society, when you talking about them black boys, I said black men, not young black men or black teens. You give black teens a fucking job. Guess what happens? They'll work that motherfucker. You know why? Because black teens, like any other teen, has a ego, they have self-esteem, and they want to be fresh like anybody else. And if they're not working as teenagers, guess what they're usually doing? In sports or video gaming. Because that's now a new sport as well. Shout out to J Bones for the dollar. Dollar, dollar, make a holla. Something strange for some change. Supercar said, I'm a firefighter, paramedic. And I got into it by accident. And it's probably the best thing that. See? Can we all give this guy a whoo and a round of applause? Because that's exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Come on, black conservative bourgeoisie, hit the link. Hit the link. I'm being gracious reading your comments while playing Call of Duty with my boys. So I'm multitasking here. And please, please, please. And please, supercars, make sure you also subscribe as well. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, hit the Super Chat. Support your interests. Maybe the teens in the 90s, but these teens are different and wild. These teens are no different and wild than what the fuck's going on here, man. Stop that shit. Stop that shit. What are they doing differently? Shout out to the man, the myth, the legend, brotherly love. He says, thanks, Charles, for being you. Woo! Wouldn't be any other way. Just to let you know, I'm actually taking my ass and using these VA benefits going back to school to get my EMT paramedic. And if I play my cards right and I get the funding, October or August, I'm going to go to Colorado for 21 days to train to be a counter sniper. Time to live the dream, baby boy. Woo! Oh, trust me, when I go and start my security firm, especially for the protective, security specialists and executive protection, they're gonna pay me top dollar. And I'm trying to get a lot of young black men trained up so we could take over that. Gray Faulkner Initiative. Watch it grow. Look, we got a rule here, just like many other places. There's the link. Click the link. We don't argue from the chat. If anybody wants to come on and speak their piece, please do. See, one of my wrestlers now is working security, getting his feet wet. I just took him to see his recruiter a week ago, and he said, "What should I ask for?" Ask for what you need to do to score to be MP or infantry and go to Ranger School. If he scores high enough, he's getting anywhere from a $20,000 bonus to $100,000 bonus. Black men, we're leaving too much money on the table. I'm sorry. Sorry. We're leaving way too much money. Now, let me ask you this, black conservative. Do you think that we need more black officers? Do you think we need more black police chiefs? Do you think we need more black commissioners? And if anybody's confused on the term police commissioner, we don't have a police chief in the Baltimore Police Department. We have a police commissioner. It just means the same damn thing as chief of police. It's just a lot fancier. That's all. Do you believe that we need more black police, more black firefighters, more black EMTs, more black paramedics, more black soldiers, more black sailors, more black airmen, more black Marines and Coast Guards? Do we need more black? Well, now we have the Space Force, more black space. I don't know what the fuck, spacemen, I guess. Do you believe that we need more of them? Only if they're tough on crime. What is tough on crime? You're gonna have to come up here. You got 5 minutes to come up here, man. Because I'm being polite. Being polite. Hey, what's up, Joel?
Hola, hopefully I don't got too much background noise going on.
Nah, you good. Good to go. What do you like to say on the topic so far?
Well, I will say I've definitely learned a lot more the past year because my original thing was I had an original concept when I would think of like potential fixes for this problem, right? Is to actually make police officers cool enough to where young black men and women to some extent would actually want to get into the force, especially those who were prior military and stuff like that, right? But now I still uphold that, but now I'm realizing okay, it's also important to focus on economy because there are some demographics in America where they don't have numbers, like the Asian population and the Jewish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so they're able to get what they want because they have the economy running for them. There's like little Chinatowns everywhere. You already know up in New York and in certain places, that's where Jewish people rule, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're not like heavily Democratic or heavily for Republicans. They're more so like, okay, who's in my best interest? They don't just
Yeah.
vote
They vote
straight
interest.
Democrat. Yeah.
They vote
So,
interest. That's how they always were. And see, this is how Asian people vote, okay? What have you done for me lately? Ooh, 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 yeah. Yeah, I know singing's not my next forte. Fuck y'all there. But they vote for what are you going to give me for this vote. See, they treat the vote like it's the most treasured goddamn thing ever. If you're gonna kiss my ass and lick my balls over my vote, then guess what? Who am I to stop you? You feel me? That's how they feel. So, if we don't have, look, somebody time him out if he doesn't get up here in 5 minutes. Because I asked him nicely to come up here, and I'm not going to be waiting in the chat looking at a dude, put out Bible verses and soliloquies when he can easily just express himself on here, which would make great content and great, you know, speaking points. But continue, please, Joel. Oh, you're good, Joel, if you're muted. See, and I'm glad you said that, Mars. See, everybody may not agree with Dr. Umar Johnson, but he was right about this concept. Black people pray for leaders, white people groom their leaders, okay? Think about it. Look what they did with Obama. They literally groomed this guy from A1 day one to be president. Regardless of what you think, regardless of what you say, he was groomed to rule. Yes, he was.
I think what they did with Kamala and Corey was like Obama 2.0.
Yeah, it was Obama 2.0, but one thing you can't teach is charisma. You got it or you don't. You got it or you don't. And when you're that charismatic, I mean, a lot of us are pro wrestling fans. Think about this. We remember Rick Rude and actually Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan because they were so goddamn charismatic. They could tell a story with their lips, and that would brought you in there to enjoy to come to see the matches. And unlike that, Obama was just too goddamn charismatic. They tried to put the genie back in the bottle, and unfortunately, you gotta groom people to a certain point. Us as black people, we pray for success. Even in the Bible, it says, "Look, prayers without works is nothingness." So we have a lot to learn when it comes to politics. We still believe in that we don't have to lobby our politicians. The only thing we got to do is vote. I don't get it. Like you said, you're not gonna be able to do it, but you have a lot to say. I get that a lot from people, man. I get that a lot from people. But here it is once again. We'll talk about how bad the children are, but not one motherfucker wants to groom them. Ain't that bad a bitch? Ain't that
I
bad a...
remember I was actually having a conversation with some guys in MTR's Discord chat, right? You know, because
Mm-hmm.
it was last year when I was just kind of dabbling in to see what their mindset was,
Mm-hmm.
and I used to go to the local center, the Boys and Girls Club, and like mentor and do all that stuff. And you know, I had a couple of this was when I was in high school, and I was getting pushback for that because I was like, you know, some of these young black guys out here, you know, they just didn't have people properly tell them how they're supposed to actually operate. And what I
Mm-hmm.
found is a lot of times when they had a decent male figure, they actually turned out proper. And some of the guys were just kind of like, screw everybody else. Like, I'm going to do my own thing. And I'm like, you do know this is going to come back and bite you in the butt, right?
Yeah, it's think about it. They want to complain about all these kids are doing the robbery, and guess what? When you don't give me another option, even Jesus Christ, for those who you believe there's a Jesus Christ, even said if I give you fish for a day, you only eat once. Paraphrasing, of course. But if I teach you to fish, you eat for a lifetime. Who's going to teach you to be a fisherman? We always complain about it, but we don't want to put no effort. None. None whatsoever. And damned if you do and damned if you don't. When you try to put effort into it, you get black men who are selfish. And usually, those type of guys you find who do that, they usually don't have kids. because that's the only way a lot of us actually fucking made it. By the way, is some smo took pity on our asses. Some smo took pity on us when they could have looked at us like we're some hood boogers. We forget when we make it to the top to bring others with us. That's the reason why a lot of these other races have this illusion of success. Oh, well, these kids are bad. They're horrible. They're wild. They're doing all this violent shit. No violent shit that what fuck people were doing in the '90s. They're doing a lot better than us because when I was going to school and the generation before, them motherfuckers, these kids aren't having babies like that underage. They said, I value my freedom. So
I
these
remember
kids,
having that.
go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. I was gonna say I remember having that conversation with somebody when they were arguing about the age, and I was telling them there's like 30-year-old grandmothers
Yeah,
because
that's
you
not.
have girls 14, 15, 16 that used to have kids, and then there was the whole dilemma where in some cases the girl would disappear and she'd come back, and then all of a sudden she got a brother or some crap like that,
Yeah,
that kind of thing. But now it's actually shifted to where the older women, like the 30, 40, or early 40-year-olds that are actually becoming single mothers.
yeah, because they think they still got it in their later years. This ain't immature. You don't got it. I'm sorry. It's it's a little bit of the reversal. These women have been taught that you don't need a family, you need a career first. If I get a good career, I'm gonna get a good man, all kinds of bullshit we've been lying to their asses about. We've been lying like shit towards them. And instead of actually telling these girls the fucking truth, instead of actually developing them to be wives, just like developing the young men to be husbands, what have we done? What have we done? We just exacerbated the problem instead of actually saying we need to put forth a solution. It's no difference than saying, well, these young men, they're they're being led astray. They need some guidance. Okay, you ready to guide them? I don't know about that. Then why the fuck you speak on it? Why the fuck did you speak on it? And shout out to Ebo Sosa for the Cash App. Woo! Supporting just cause I fucking feel like it. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. See, like I told you last year, 2021 was solutions based. 2022 is building, creating, making the solutions tangible. It's a fancy word of saying I can touch and I can feel. That's what 2022 was going to be for me and for others. We're not going to be in this bullshit rut that we were years ago. Here's this bullshit again, right? I had both parents in the home. I didn't need mentors after school programs. There's a lot of people who have people in their lives with both parents. You got 2 minutes to come up here, or I'm gonna time you out. I'm gonna bid you adieu because you keep on saying shit and you're not even gonna back it up with sensible shit. There's a lot of people out there who have mentors and they got both their parents. There's nothing wrong with that. That's called multiplication. That's a great thing. That's how it's supposed to be in a community. That's part of being communal. Now, come up here, have a conversation, stop being a scaredy ass, and let's speak. Or stop saying stupid shit without backing it up. That's cowardly. There's plenty of people who have mentors. Do you know how many fucking generals and people in that nature who had two parents and had other fucking people before them mentor them with no relation? Let's be fucking real, man. Get tired of this bullshit that every like you the first nigga to ever have two parents. Come on now. Let's stop that bullshit. Now, continuing the conversation. If anybody wants to come up, be free to do so and contribute, even if you're contrarian to what's being said. But at least have the balls to defend what the fuck you say. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, when we look at these, let me see. If the men are not empowered by the what the fuck? Really? Why do you have that as your avatar? Ugh. If the men aren't empowered by the community, well, there's many ways to empower men. One is through team effort and teaching them how to be a team player. Usually through what? Service. Whether sports, whether activities such as a science club, whether the military or police explorers. Now, hey Joel, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm actually laughing because it's not even just the support of the community, which, I get it. The black community is the way it is for a reason. But much like when I talk about respect, it's not the fact that they don't respect you for what you're doing or what you've done. It's the fact that they actually disrespect you in spite of it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the funniest part. Shout out to Onyx Psalms. I've been saying this for years. Become all the police, military, all the court system. My father told me to pursue power. Woo! Hopefully you subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe. He also said we're the only community that goes to school for liberal arts BS while everybody else pursues power except us. Well, that's true. You know why? Because we're woman led. What are the degrees our women typically get? Bullshit degrees. We don't get degrees that matter like a criminal justice or law degree. We don't get degrees that matter like a medical degree. We don't get degrees that matter. We get degrees that make us feel good because they're easy. Here it is. You're the most degreed in our community, but you never talk about what the degrees are in. And it's usually in some bullshit like early childhood education. Motherfucker, if you got 4 kids, you already have a PhD in early childhood education. Or some other bullshit like, um, psychiatry. Like, psychology. Like, if you got a bachelor's in psychology, I would be offended for you because that fucking that fucking that fucking school gypped you out of thousands of dollars, man, hundreds of thousands of dollars, possibly. Gothic art, like yeah, silly shit. That how the fuck am I supposed to rule the world now? If you were like marrying somebody who's gonna be the president or a CEO or something, okay, maybe I'll give you that one. But if you're giving me some liberal arts and thinking you're gonna find a fucking 6-figure job with that shit, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Oh, liberal degree having bullshit. And then we wonder why we always laughed at in politics. We're wondering why we don't get our way in a lot of these debates. We can't even we can't even formulate a good enough reason to convince motherfuckers why reparations is necessary. Here's the link in the chat.
I hate the people that talk about reparations as if it's a handout, and I'm like, no, it's what's owed.
Yeah. Do you say the same thing to Israel? Hello. You don't say shit to Israel about their shit, do you? Well, it's a handout. Um, you never heard of foreign aid to Israel? 147 billion? What the fuck did Israel produce for us?
Or how about that Biden plan where he was literally thinking about giving those immigrants 500K each? And the real
500K.
reason, yeah, the real reason why I suspect that they shot it down was somebody smart enough was like, well, hold on, you can't give these illegal citizens this kind of money because now we don't have anything, we can't fight against the reparations claim because now if we give them money, we can't turn around and say, oh, well, for reparations, oh, we can't really do that even though we literally just did it for illegal immigrants. That's
You've
really
been
why they stopped it.
you've been doing that shit for like Israel for what? 80 years? Like Israel's been around since 1947? You literally, you and Great Britain literally gave a country to a group of people that is not their country, and you're okay with it. Hmm. So don't give me that whole bullshit that we can't do reparations. Yes, you can. Reparations should be monetary. It should be educational. It should be land owning with development, unrestricted development. You wanna, and think about this. If the U.S. government would have done this for reparations, guess what would happen? they never would have been they would have never be losing ground to fucking China. But you can't tell a silly fucking dog how to wag its tail or new tricks. You know, we still gotta live off this racism shit. If we're not racist to the blacks, what's next? Freedom? If we're not if we're not getting ourselves into predicaments, what's next? Equality? Boiling Blood said, no disrespect, sir. We need black psychologists. Yeah, psychologists. It's just that I know a lot of people who just get the degree with a bachelor's and that's it. Can't do shit with it. If you don't get at least a master's or at least, hell, if you talk to a lot of people I know, if you don't get the PhD, you ain't getting shit. And this is coming from a PhD in psych. Said this. So, not to feel, yeah, I do believe we need it, but we need the PhDs. If you're just going to sit on your laurels and get that as a bachelor's, you just wasted a lot of fucking time. Onyx said, I'm a Navy vet in '04. Ah, nice. I try to convince every young black man that I see to enlist and join the National Guard. I also notice how the majority of inner city kids lack ROTC programs. See, that's the beauty part about it. Majority of my wrestlers were in what program? ROTC. It correlates. It correlates a lot. But can't tell motherfuckers shit. It's not like we don't have stories of us back then succeeding in the military or gaining great great benefits because of the military. Black people, we leave too much goddamn money on the table. I'm gonna say this again. We leave too much goddamn money on the table. When it comes to being black police, when it comes to being black service members, we leave a lot of money on the table. But yet, I noticed one thing in the black community. Everybody wants you to go to college, but not one goddamn person tells you how to pay for it.
Preach. That's literally my story.
Not
My
one
mother,
goddamn. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
get this. I had to fight and argue with my mother when I was in high school because she wouldn't let me get a job, right? Very contradictory, right? I didn't turn 18 till I got to college, so I couldn't work all the time I was in high school, even though I wanted to, because I was trying to work like a man should work, right? Beating the perception of a lazy black man, right? I was willing to work. My mother just wouldn't let me work. I get to college because the reason why she wouldn't let me work is because she wanted to force me to go to college. But she didn't help with any other expenses. I had to take out loans for everything. And then turn around, because I was ill experienced, I wasn't taught what to go to college for. I'm no longer using my degree. You know, it was in exercise science. Originally, I was planning on getting into physical therapy, but I wasn't really that passionate about it, and I was wise enough not to go into six figures worth of debt to get into that program, even though all my professors were pretty much trying to urge me to do it. And I was like, nah, I'm not willing to take on that much debt, because I already knew like I wasn't passionate about that career path.
Hmm. But yeah, everybody wants to dictate your life. It's funny how nobody ever says, hey, come out there and be one of those people who can actually go to the military or go to ROTC where 4 years you're a commissioned officer, you're not even enlisted. 4 years. They pay for your whole college. And for people who are in debt, guess what? Let's say you got a master's. You automatically become shoot up to captain, sometimes major, depending on what you are in and the need. Why do you think there's a push for one of my wrestlers to go to Ranger School? I was like, dude, he wants to do private security after getting out, or I said, dude, this is what you do. While you're in the National Guard, be an MP infantry, go out there, live in the woods for a minute, be a man, learn how to do some combat and survival skills. Once you finish training, go to community college. Go for your EMT paramedic. Then you can go get your bachelor's in probably nursing because you're pretty much there. Give me a woo if that sounds like a fucking plan. And let's say if you want to continue in the military, you pretty much are on the same level, if not surpassed, a fucking special forces medic. They would love to take you if you want to go to SF. Does it sound like a plan to you, Joel?
Yeah, I actually knew a lady. She got her BSN and her EMT. She's working as an EMT now at the same time.
And he asked me, why should I go for EMT? Because you automatically can work in 5 months. In 5 months, you're pretty much making good money. Let's say you don't want to go, you want to go police. Get your paramedic, and now you go to the police academy with your paramedic. Go to SWAT. You're a SWAT medic. Go to the state troopers. You're on the the air vac. There's so many realms you can go with certain certifications, with your police certification, with your paramedic or EMT certification, with your degree. But nobody ever puts in what the fuck a child is supposed to do and make sure that child fucking follows it. I'm getting sick and tired. If I gotta fucking be the post commander of this motherfucker, I will. I have no problem telling a child, you will do this. I told my 14-year-old today, Daddy may not have all the money in the world. Daddy may not always be able to pay for shit. But I know who will. Uncle, it may not be your daddy, but it's damn sure your Uncle Sam. You think I'm gonna allow my son to leave the benefits on the fucking table? Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking stupid, black people? Are you fucking stupid? We have a discipline problem, and you're telling me that black men should not go to where the discipline is in plenty. We can cure our fucking community in a generation. I've noticed this shit. I've noticed this shit. Every time we talk about programs that's going to build discipline and structure, it's always the undisciplined who got an issue with it. I'm going to say it again for the Negroes in the back who's not listening. Every time we have an issue when it comes to discipline, it's always the Negroes who don't have any discipline that has the issue. You ever notice that?
It's the divide and conquer principle.
How many motherfuckers out there? Oh, you don't need to go to college. You don't need to go to the military. All you need to do is get a job at the supermarket. But you're the same motherfuckers who gonna complain about that boy not getting a job, not being able to move out, Same motherfuckers. Same motherfuckers complaining. Same. And it's so goddamn shameful that we don't speak up for this. Here it is. Every fucking time I do a live stream, you got people who said the military, the fire department, and the police department saved my fucking life. But I get detractors about, do we need black police officers? What if you got a black cop telling you, take your ass to the fucking military? You like to shoot guns? You like to blow shit up? Go to the goddamn military and get at least paid to do it. I'm going to post in the chat the Gray Faulkner Initiative for those who are new to the channel.
Hey, Mr. Faulkner, one of the things that I've kind of learned and why I still hold on to that notion why it's important for people to be out there in the field, like in those career paths, is
Mm-hmm.
because from what I've learned, the law itself, how it's written, is actually fairly objective and it's
Mm-hmm.
fair. It's usually fair, but however, it's the way it's enforced that it's subjective. So it's based upon the people that actually enforce the law and they're able to interpret it or misinterpret it. That's really the problem. And that's why I
Mm-hmm.
hold on to that notion. If more like-minded black men were to actually get into these career paths, it could benefit us regardless.
I'm gonna tell you what's crazy, right? If we pushed black men to be military officers, right? If we got our best officers from HBCUs, the military would funnel so much goddamn money in your high schools because they know they're getting a goddamn great investment. For much is given, much is earned, much must be given. Rule of thumb, people. Rule of thumb. We got too many people who don't even understand that concept and want to whine and bitch, moan, and complain when you're held to an accountability. When you should be held to a goddamn higher standard. And see, that's the issue that's going and plaguing our fucking community. Nobody wants to have a standard. Nobody wants to have, nobody wants to be elite. See, I believe in being an elitist, but it's going to have to be an elitist in the proper terms. I want you to be the elitist of doing the best that you can. Not being an elitist just in athletic endeavors. I want you to be the best. I want you to be on your Bret Hart shit and be the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. That's what I want you to be. But who's encouraging this? The only thing we encourage is failure. Look at that. You got so many people who are agreeing with me. And yeah, you're right. I've said this shit to the many of gangbangers. I can't take orders. Nigga, you take orders from your OG? The difference between me and you, I get health care. I get retirement. And a better pay. Hell, unlike you, I get holidays off too. I wear a uniform. Though I can be undercover sometimes. I mean, we're really gonna have to look into this stuff. What's up, Pookie? Oh man, sound like you beatboxing, man. You gotta fix your shit. Yeah, we can't even hear a word. All we hear is boop 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 boop. Sounds like a really bad gender reveal. You're right, Ricky. They do take orders from the police when they don't put their hands up. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they'll run. Sometimes they'll fight. Onyx Palm said, Charles Faulkner, what days do you go with? I like to be on your panel. I got kids running loose right now, and it's too loud here. Well, I've been a little random, but I think I'm gonna go live tomorrow around a similar time. So usually I'll go like a little late, when the kids are to bed. But I'm gonna try to go around, these times and try to support a couple of people. So definitely make sure you hit the click the bell twice so you get
You hear me
all my
now?
notifications. Huh? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, everybody in here like and subscribe, man. Y'all real stingy about free stuff. I don't appreciate that.
Like,
But
subscribe, hit the cash app, please. Thank you. Support your interests.
you hear about that? You hear about that U.S. drone strike misfire?
Nope.
I know you didn't hear about that.
Nope.
Apparently, the U.S. they misfired on a drone strike. I think they got some civilians killed. They
It's
blew up
not the
some civilians,
it's not the first time.
but they weren't even. It wasn't even the right target. They were just following like an actual like civilian car, and they just blew it up.
You think this is the first time?
No, I didn't say it was. But I'm just saying. The
and
kids all out that motherfucker.
and Onyx Palms, you were an officer, right? So that means if you were 04, what's that in the Navy? I know a 04 in the Army is a major, so you were like a lieutenant commander.
Oh, okay. But man, your boy, your friend BJ, Big Triple X is over there on the breakdown. I don't know what they be talking about over there.
I mean, they got their thing, we got ours.
Yeah.
I mean, would I join them if I wasn't doing a show? I'd probably be watching it, but I look at it and say, hey, it's all good in the hood, man.
Yeah. Too, yeah. Not with Mr. Troll though, who's that your other homie.
See, what I did was minimize the troll, so he's no longer a threat.
So you pressed him.
Well, when you admit on a recording that you're extorting people, which is a
Mhm.
crime,
Mhm.
it backs anybody down. Yep, a lieutenant commander. He was the equivalent of an army major. And that drone strike is chalked up as what? Collateral damage. Thank you. Thank you. I love my military. I love my first responders, my police, all my subscribers. Because y'all get it. Y'all get it. That is collateral damage, son. You think that's the first fucking time they did a drone strike? This is the first time they admitted it. This is one of the few times they admit this shit happening.
How many drone strikes is gonna be able to be listed off as collateral damage?
We're at 125 conflicts a year.
Hit a block then. Hit it. Why not half a city? Doesn't matter. We got the firepower. Could take
Wait
out
for
a
the
whole
t-
nation if we
In
wanted
other
to.
words, it's frowned upon, but shit happens. See,
It's
it's called shit happens. That's why I'm so happy that I'm getting more and more first responders, prior service, current service, people who get it. You gotta understand this, man. War is hell, and it's lucrative.
Yeah, it's more lucrative than it is hell, though.
I
And
mean,
that's they didn't y'all understand.
the
What did they
purpose you
say?
the purpose you go to war is to make money.
They say how many guns they say in the world? Like for 4.5 billion, enough to arm. What is it? One out of every 12 people.
Well, if it's how much?
4.5 billion in
Actually,
circulation.
actually, you if that's true, you got enough guns to arm every one out of two people. Damn near, because it's like what 7 billion, 7.5 billion, almost 8 billion people.
True. It's well, there's of course there's more, Charles. That's just the official
I
count
mean,
in
we got
circulation.
what we got 280 million gun owners, legal gun owners, and we got 200 million guns in America alone. Come on, man.
They act like those guns will save them. They won't.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do.
It's not gonna save them from this UBI stuff that actually matters. Shoot that.
Well, it's gonna save you from the guy trying to kill you. Definitely
UBI
can
trying to
shoot.
kill your pockets.
Let me put it to you this way: a lot of shit that's going on. By the time they get finished with you, you're not even gonna worry about money, man. You're gonna worry about that shit.
You're gonna be worried about eating.
They're gonna feed you.
I hope, Charles. They doing a
Um,
piss poor job
yeah.
right now.
See, the only thing about 19 and 20-year-olds now, they're so morbid.
You said morbid.
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
Oh man, we need to worry about eating.
What we do? It
You
ain't
starving
morbid.
now? You starving now, nigga?
Nigga, do we only worry about 5 feet in front of us, or do we plan ahead? We plan ahead. I gotta be worried about those future meals, Charles. Not just the one I'm eating.
Nigga, you barely. The only thing you worrying about is that future blunt. Shut the fuck up. Uh, Shout out to Roy for the Cash App saying proactive show, bro. Of course, that's what we do. We're the proactive group. See, over here, once again, t-shirts coming out this year. We're the
hmm
multifaceted men.
hmm
We're very multifaceted men.
hmm
You have law enforcement, prior, current service, first responders, law enforcement, fire, EMT, security, corrections. We have cooks, chefs, business owners,
Got
government
warriors,
workers. See,
masters.
I'm trying to reintroduce the warrior class back to black people. See, the warrior class is actually cultured. Oops, should I say that word?
Nah, I thought they wore Cuban link chains with white tees
No, that's
and
not true.
Yeezys.
You're throughout history, when has your warrior class been the peasantry?
No other point besides this one right now.
They're not the warrior class.
Oh,
Have you ever
so
noticed when a hood dude who's broke poor from the projects, he goes to the military? Is he still that broke dude that went in?
no, he's not.
Exactly. He's on a different pay.
So
He's as in the military, and as the police department says, and I'm pretty sure the fire department corrections said he on a different pay grade. On a different pay grade, kid. See, the
he done
warrior
grown up to
class.
be a man.
You're right. You're right, Roy. The warrior class definitely need to be rekindled because when you have the warrior class, notice how we have a '04, a former '04, the equivalent of an army major, lieutenant commander. If he would have stayed in, he'd have been a light bird or a full commander in the Navy. So you're talking about a guy who was giving orders in command of millions of dollars worth of property. We have Sandog, who was a captain in Iraq, a tank commander. We have myself, who was in QRF in Iraq. You have so many people with so much knowledge who will coach you and coach the kids to be where they need to go.
To be the next 4-star general or 5-star or maybe even 1-star.
Well, we only have 5 stars during times of war.
Oh, okay.
Well, World
Or
War anyway.
they're only active positions.
No, they're active. I mean, because Eisenhower, but we only have 5 stars during like great wars, like a world war or something.
So it's only four. Okay, so 4 stars are the only ones that can
Four
be
stars.
reserved.
4 stars are the highest you could go currently.
Okay. Is it really okay? So Charles, let me ask this: like, so if there's a scenario in the military where all the 4-star generals are assassinated, and like all the 3-star generals are assassinated, all the 2-star
Never
generals are assassinated.
happened in history, so go
I'm,
on.
I know it ain't never happened, but I'm saying if in that scenario, would the 1-star general be in charge of the military, the 1-star generals? Because it's like a chain of command, and his
Number one,
superiors are dead.
number one, who's the commander in chief of the military?
The president during
So,
war times under the
no, no. Who's the
concrete.
commander in chief of the military?
The
Period.
president with
Period. No,
uh,
period.
congressional
Period.
authority.
No, period.
What?
Why the fuck do you think we call him the commander in chief? All commissioned officers are appointed by whom? Whom?
The president.
Because he's what?
He's the ultimate. Okay, he's above the general. All right.
Uh, he- I'm gonna give you some homework, Pookie. Tell me the power a sitting president has.
In what aspect? Just in the
Period.
military, or just?
In the military.
Yeah,
Period.
all right.
If he chose to, he could relieve generals and admirals of their duty without question. He's not gonna do it because these are your best advisors you have when it comes to warfare. But
But I,
he
I
has
didn't.
to.
Didn't Eisenhower fire during I think it was World War I? He fired one of the main generals for the
What?
war off the
What? What? Eisenhower. What war was Eisenhower involved in?
no, not World War I. I say World War I, World War II.
He
World War
became
Two. He
president. He became president in the '50s, like right
oh, that's
after.
after that's would that be? Is that the Cold War?
Cold
That's
War
cold.
started after the World War II. Commander in
Yeah.
chiefs. Let me put it to you this way. Do you know why the U.S. military has been successful? It's not really because of our technology, because there have been wars like World War II. We didn't have the best technology because were the Panzer tanks were better when equipped. So lo and behold, guess what happens? You have the general disseminate all the information down to the lonely private. So what happens? That lonely private can carry that mission off when everybody else around him is eliminated. If that ever happens. And that is super rare it happens.
So it could go all the way down to the private. Damn.
The
Okay.
mission still continue the mission.
So, for example, let's just say in
Notice how in the military everybody knows the mission. You may not know all the particulars like the generals and the colonels or even your commander, but you know what the primary and secondary mission is. If I tell you we got to go into a war zone and we got to put up showers. Hey, Sean, how you doing, love? Always smiling, we say. Radio personality extraordinaire. I'm adding all
oh
the
yeah,
titles. You gotta love the radio show. Me and Tracy got such natural chemistry. I love it. Um, you gotta understand something. When you're in the military, right? This is the reason why I'm gonna push your ass to go. You learn to work as a team. You get yourself in shape. You get your weapons qualifications. You get your combatives. You get your tactics and your knowledge together as an individual, and you use that to better the team. Remember when, oh yeah, Rommel, the desert rat. If we didn't carry the mission, see, I'm gonna give you a little bit of history lesson. The problem with the fucking Nazi party militaristically is that, let's say you had an Air Force general and you had a naval admiral. They didn't know what the fuck each other. They didn't have a, a conjoined plan. Hitler, because he was so goddamn paranoid, didn't tell all his generals or all his admirals one thing. Oh yeah, oh yeah, we know the Panzers were superior. And yes, you're right. They couldn't produce them at such a rate because we were getting Sherman tanks, and we were just throwing them at them. We beat them by just we beat them the same way fucking China and Mexico makes products. We just mass produced them. Exactly. I want you to read that statement, Pookie.
I'm talking about the Panthers. I already know
No,
because I
no,
heard that
the whole statement.
the you also allow NCOs to make field decisions without asking permission. Okay, yeah, I get that. Like, just give them a basic kind of command directive, and then let them like execute it with their own kind of pizzazz out in the field.
I'm
I
gonna put it to you this way, right? This is a guy who was the equivalent of a major in the army, a lieutenant commander in the navy. I know damn well when he was a butter bar coming out of RLT, Naval RLTC or the Naval Academy. I know damn well. Yes, he might have outranked his NCOs, but I know damn well he wasn't running the show, and he had to be the understudy of his fucking NCO. And he will tell you that. Am I right, Onyx? Because he knew I don't have none of the experience of that man, and that man has the respect of those sailors, and I have to study under this man to get that same fucking respect.
hmm
Until when he was ready to take the reins, he was ready because he was taught. Because the best motherfuckers are taught. The best officers are taught by the best NCOs. Any officer that was worth his shit told me that. You either had two types of officers. You had the bookworms who act like they knew shit all the time,
hmm
or you had the guys who knew it all, or you had the guys who were either from the enlisted ranks,
hmm
or you had the guys who were understudies of the enlisted. And they never knocked whatever that goddamn first sergeant or that platoon leader, excuse me, that platoon sergeant, I forget what they call him in the Navy. He has so much experience that he works hand in hand with that person, with that NCO. That NCO is gonna be the guy that's gonna make his fucking wishes come true.
Hey, Charles, you think like in the army, like are there like areas where like you can like scrap, or is it like kind of like school where you can't even like fight, like even if it's on a low, like if you have a problem with somebody? Because I always hear about these stories where it's like, oh, me and this other army dude had an issue, so we went into the barracks and then we started boxing, or we went behind this and that. So I was wondering, like, are there like locations at the facilities and stuff? Like, is it kind of like part of the culture to like handle your issues uh physically?
Yeah, I can't wait till Sandog comes here and he gives his perspective. I love it when he talks about warfare. I can't wait to have a panel with Onyx and Sandog, and might even get Roy up there too for to talk about some warfare. See, you gotta understand this, right?
Hmm.
What's the purpose of the military? Is
Secure
warfare.
the country,
Warfare.
national defense, warfare,
So,
espionage at a certain extent.
depending on the company, depending on the circumstances,
Hmm.
there it's kind of secretly encouraged to handle your issues in the wood line like men. I've been in meetings where an E5 and an O5, which is a colonel, full bird colonel,
Hmm.
had a disagreement, had some words, took off their blouses, and said, "We both privates now, motherfucker," and went outside to the wood line. You heard
Oh,
had a couple of thumps. Colonel Colonel came back with a bloody nose.
damn.
Sergeant came back with a black eye. Not one motherfucking word was said. That's how it was handled when I was in. I can't speak so much now, but when I was in, that's how it was handled. And
Yeah, 'cause I wanna
if
like
you
if
went
I
to
have
if
to,
you went to
man.
basic when I went to basic in Fort Benning, Georgia, 138, Frock of the fucking Marn. If you were there when I was there, it was highly encouraged to fight.
Wait in the bushes for somebody talking that shit. And
And
snatch those motherfuckers.
but you didn't really. You had you try to avoid it as possible, but shit happens.
Yeah, cause you know I know them people like you so close to like it's so like culturally mixed and stuff. Like ain't nobody trying to be dealing with that, and you getting yelled at by like the sergeant, your commanders all the time, and like, hey
Not in
Charles,
base.
man, like
Not in
when
basic.
you
It
we
was you
got in
feared your
basic.
command. In other words, drill sergeants are you going to be deal with predominantly. If you see your commander, you fucked up.
Oh,
So you
okay.
God damn it.
Uh,
Fuck I do this computer.
you on
Ah,
Madden?
oh, not yet. I might be on
I
that later
mean,
tonight.
play
But
against Art.
I just play online, period.
Uh,
See, the good old boys never like to take the fights directly. They like to talk their shit from the back. Who said that?
oh, the white dude. Yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm gonna kick your ass. What's up? Oh, I said I'm gonna kick your ass. Where your donkey? I'm gonna kick it.
No, let me come kick you. I want to kick you.
See, the
I
main
got a.
thing about the military is that it's a brotherhood. Okay, and I think some people get the wrong ideas of the brotherhood.
Try to make it Aryan.
No, 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 no. I'm just telling you about the fighting part.
Okay.
See, he said Charles is exactly right. The senior chiefs and the master chiefs and the warrant officers were my mentors. Take their lessons seriously, and you'll grow into a good leader. Exactly. You be damned if you cross them. One thing you gotta think about it. Not only did I have the pleasure of being in a company, I also had the pleasure of serving in a battalion where I'm an E4 promotable, And the only person I answered to was either a master sergeant in E8 or a major,
Hmm.
which is an O4. So I was around nothing but fucking leadership. I was around nothing but a bunch of former drill sergeants, airborne guys. That's all the fuck I was there. So when shit got done, you gotta think in basic training, my fucking XO had the trifecta. He had the airborne patch, he had the ranger patch, then he had the green beret patch.
Hmm.
That was my basic. That was my basic. It felt like my duty station. Got so long we were there, but 138 baby. It's what makes it funny is that it's a brotherhood. So you're not really. You'll get into some dumb shit. Yes, all soldiers, Marines, airmen, and sailors get into some dumb shit. It's tradition. It's bound to happen, especially with young motherfuckers there.
Hmm.
The point that I tell them is don't get into shit that's like, we can't unfuck this situation, okay?
Okay.
Because
So
you
I
don't
can
want,
come out the bushes, but I just can't hurt him too bad. I'm still coming out the bushes though.
it depends on terminology. See, what are you fighting for? Is it stupid out?
No, it wasn't stupid. It's just like maybe it was like on some like racial
And,
type thing, and he trying
I
to be
mean,
slick with it.
it's not like that because a lot of those guys know you come out with some racial shit, you getting kicked out. I ain't playing that shit.
They kicking dudes out the military. Oh man.
They kick you out for
They-
racial shit. Yeah, Roy. My XO in fucking basic he had his airborne, his ranger, and his green beret tabs. I was like, God damn. And matter of fact, this tells you the funniest shit. I was looking at the current basic training classes on YouTube in Fort Benning. The same guy 22 years ago who cut my hair basic is still cutting hair there today. He's been there for 40 years.
when he cut your hair, he had been there for 18.
Hmm.
Man, do they pay good for the people that be shaving people's heads?
I don't know. I guess if you're gonna stay 40 years, I guess so.
Were you bald before you went to the military or after?
No, no. They
Oh,
always
okay.
shave your head. They all shave your head bald.
Because I know that's like bad for your texture, man. That's real bad for your head. It's
What?
not good for your hair. Shaving your head like that all the way down. It's bad. It's supposedly supposed to be bad for the hair.
They don't give a fuck.
I know they don't, but freaking
In other words, are you there? Do you want to be a soldier or not? Do you want to be here? God damn it, do you want to fucking be here? Nobody's trying to be no primp and prim. You supposed to be trying to become an ass kicker, not the fucking prom queen.
man, I just want my hair, Charles. Nobody trying to be no prom queen.
Nigga, nobody gives a fuck about your hair.
Can I grow it back at least?
No,
What? I thought you
no,
could grow it back once you were in.
a little bit. Still
Said a
gotta have
little bit.
a little bit enough to give waves, but you still gotta be within regulations.
So
Can't
no
let your mo-
afro.
can't let no hell no.
What?
You
I've
really
seen
don't
afro.
understand. You really think the military is like a place to be played. You're not supposed to have sideburns that go below the ear.
How that ain't even a sideburn.
That's the regulation.
That's not a sideburn.
You're not
No.
supposed to have hair on the back of your neck.
Oh,
Like
well, I mean I don't.
Kareem said it best. It'll grow back after you leave. can't secure the
Yeah,
gas, man. You can't have beards. That's
that's
why
what that's
even
the
that's why in the police department I never got fitted for a gas mask. I would have to wear the hooded gas mask, meaning I would be in a damn Kim suit, basically a whole damn suit, if I had to go out there. So it's tradition. There are certain traditions you have in the military that you go through. One, you're cutting the hair because one, it tells you you're breaking away all your civilian ties.
we getting ready to go kill some people.
He said your hair
All
will
that
grow back.
morale,
You're there to become a door kicker, young brother. LOL.
all that morality go out the window.
No, it's not
You know,
morality. It's your civilian ties. All the shit you're breaking the individual to become a team member. Remember
and
that.
in the morality too.
No, you're not. When you're
Why
in train,
not?
do you want to learn from the guy who's been there or not?
Yes.
You're not gonna think about it. You'll be so fucking busy doing other shit. You're not gonna think about it.
Or the morality.
You'll have morality because you'll find some stupid shit that you all enjoy as a team.
I was talking about more the thing of killing people. I don't really consider that morality. That's like camaraderie. That ain't good or bad, or perceived good or bad. That's just hanging out. You get what I
So
mean? Like I was talking
you're
about.
using the wrong words. You're talking about the morale. See, when you have people that are just training, doing push-ups, getting smoked, wet and runny and shit like this, and you're like, oh shit. You're not worrying about stupid shit. You're trying to break free of the civilian world. All the bad habits that you learned, they're trying to fucking put you through the crucible, through that fucking furnace, and make you pure gold. And that's the problem. Too many people don't want to be pure gold. They don't want to go through that crucible. Why did I tell my wrestler, yeah, take your ass to Ranger School? You know why? Because no matter who the fuck, please get rid of that fucking Russian bot, whoever got a fucking wrench.
Hold on. Where you at? Go ahead.
You're supposed to become a new creature. You're supposed to become somebody who has something about them, something that makes them something that makes them great. You know what I'm saying? You're part of a
Hmm.
team. You're part of something that's bigger and better. And unfortunately, you have things in the gynocracy, and you got simp niggas who don't want to see black boys become better because, well, you don't want to offend their mothers. No, that boy is supposed to be a goddamn warrior. He's got to defend this goddamn country. You cannot keep you cannot keep taking from the country without putting something back in.
I suppose
You suppose, nigga. What does the world owe you?
the world owes me nothing, but it also doesn't owe all the rich people in the world anything either.
But do
Mm,
you owe the world something back?
yeah, apparently I do, and it would seem to be that I'm in a position where I would have to give up something. But I'm
Yeah.
just concerned about all those wealthy individuals that they're supposed to give up something as well, and they don't. Over and over again. How long will the society last to be able to maintain itself? Will
Who
we have a
gives
good?
a fuck about all that? Because when you join in the military, number one,
Hmm.
you're the maintainer of society. Have you ever been in a country where you got something the next country wants and they just mosey on down to your border and said, hey, we take it over, nigga?
No, I haven't. Because
There's
if
a reason why.
they said that to our country, well, we would mosey on over to our nuke lockers, find the right size nuke, right size missile for all the capital, their capital and their population, man, women, and child.
We don't have to
We would
nuke people.
mosey that. We don't have to because we got all different types of missiles. We got missiles, artillery, tanks. I mean, we could drone strike them if we wanted to.
Let me
Drone
put it to you
strike the
this way:
capital.
you send 100 guys from special forces in the cover of night
Hmm.
with them fucking specialized Blackhawks,
Hmm.
and they plant explosives everywhere, anywhere, and there over there. Just to make
Schools,
it feel, just to
playgrounds.
not even, no. We don't do dirty shit.
That's not dirty. It's a war zone. It's a different
You have,
area as far as I'm concerned.
you know what part of your homework is? Read the Geneva Convention, dude.
Nigga said, I mean Geneva, but
Read the Geneva Convention.
collateral damage.
Read the
I didn't
Geneva Convention.
collateral damage.
When you purposely put a bomb at a school or at a playground,
Hmm.
you can't claim collateral damage.
I didn't purposely did it. It was slightly off to the side. It was we were targeting certain buildings that were directly in the immediate vicinity of the school, and it was ultimately caught in the blast.
You know, for a second, can my prior service people come up on the panel real quick and school this kid? My prior
Is that
service
is that
people for a few
a
minutes school this kid.
is that a
Just
court martial?
yes.
Oh, well, damn. I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
So is this 20 years in jail in Fort Leavenworth. So is this yeah. So is this. We're sorry. We're super sorry.
Oh,
You'll get out here when yeah, when Obama's grandson runs for president.
whoa! They do you like that? All right. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe
that's
not the
murder,
schools.
dude.
Maybe not the schools. But how
You
about
better have
all
a damn
residential
good
areas?
reason. You better have a damn good reason why you're doing that.
Because we have intel that the enemy forces are mobilizing their units around these school areas to take advantage of their peak positioning as a form of protection. We cannot allow them to do that. They're going to
I mean,
attempt to flank us as soon as we move into the area.
why would they flank you if they didn't even know you were there? But anyway, um,
I mean, you don't foresee situations like that. I mean, if we can chalk everything up off the collateral damage, you don't because you can't conceive a situation where we have a soldier that just decides to bomb school areas, random people,
hmm
all in the name of filling out and completing the mission.
no, there's still rules to this shit. Hey, what's up, GRD?
Okay. Sorry about that. There's a little feedback.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah, let me turn that down. My
yeah.
bad. Greetings, time patience, folks.
What's up, man?
brother, you gonna have to
Yeah,
fix
right
that,
now.
brother. That shit is whistling.
You might have to mute your YouTube feed if you're listening from YouTube.
And check your connection cables. That they usually with that hissing would come from that connection.
So you got to think about it. We have
Hmm.
rules of engagement because of what happened in terrorism. Okay?
Hmm.
Not saying we don't have assassination teams.
Okay, there we go.
Alright, that's
That should be
first.
much better.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I went hardline. Just to be short, because this is your panel, Charles, since you asked prior military to show up, just kind of
Go
piggyback on
ahead.
what you're talking about. So, just to be short, there is a World Council, despite what the hell's going on in secular culture. And if you violate any of those Geneva Convention outlines, like dirty bombs, biowarfare, which is why people think this whole COVID thing was biowarfare, the world's nations would just come down on you. They will have their pound of flesh. There is no such thing as we didn't know. You have intelligence agencies for that specific reason to go after specified targets.
Yeah. I mean, you got to think about it. You put billions upon billions upon damn near trillions into your military, your fucking intelligence agencies, and you fuck up royally? Yeah, you may be a country that can hold its own, but when the whole world comes against you, even that's hard. That's hard. And to keep the peace because you don't want a world war, somebody's going to be sacrificed, and that's going to be you. So, yeah, there's certain things that people don't want to happen.
That was not too long ago with North Korea. Remember, they put sanctions on their trade routes, and nothing can get in, get out, and they're threatening to use one of their nukes to hit Atlanta. I remember when I had my DSERV training, they gave us specialized nuclear J list, and they were like, "Yeah, we got reports that we might have a nuclear ballistic encounter based upon intelligence that was given to us." So. And it's not over. I mean, Cold Wars are never cold for long. But yeah, I'll let it go because I got laundry. It's laundry day, and I don't want to have that on your stream, man. But appreciate the wrench. Yeah.
Negro, it ain't
Appreciate-
laundry day, nigga. It's the middle of Wednesday and shit. You know
Exactly.
damn well.
Yeah, it's the perfect time to do laundry.
That way your weekend is free.
Exactly.
But if you go to basic, you'll learn about laundry day. You know when to do
yes.
it, and make sure your shit's copacetic. Because if not, your ass is getting smoked, and you're gonna get your teammates smoked too.
And they're gonna blanket party the hell out of you for doing that shit.
Yeah, you don't want that.
When the commander he lead the barracks and everybody just start punching you in the back
I'm
of the head.
gonna put it to you this way. See, in the military, commander was God. Okay. You didn't bother that fucking 03. You didn't even speak to him. If he walked past you, you salute him. You call everybody to attention, you salute, render a salute, and you shut the fuck up and let that man go about his business. You didn't even mess with the lowest ranking drill sergeant. So you definitely are not talking to that fucking captain or that lieutenant. Even when he goes off, and guess what? Unless, because they're real strict about certain shit. They're strict about sexual harassment.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they are. Trust me, Charles. If I enlist, bro, I'm not fucking with no women in the military.
I'm gonna tell you the
I'm
same
just telling you
shit
that
that
right
I tell all of my wrestlers who wanted to join. Leave them bitches alone.
Barracks
telling
bunnies
all
are
these-
off limits, man.
I'm telling all these chicks. I tell all these chicks I'm gay, straight up. I want them to think I'm gay.
Yeah,
just
it
from
ain't
the front,
that
so they don't
serious.
even
It ain't
consider-
that serious.
Nah,
now.
it is. Nah, it is.
No,
'cause
it's
I
not.
don't even consider
no,
them.
it's that they no. I'm gonna put it to you this way. All you gotta do is have some fucking discipline. It's no.
Besides,
I
they're
don't
going to be
even wanna
spotting you a
talk to
mile
you that
away
way.
anyway. Charles, I'm pretty sure you remember when you got out of basic and AIT and all that. Like,
Oh,
the
that's
females
good.
spot you a mile away because you walk different.
Oh yeah, you walk different, you talk different.
Your persona and your gravitas.
when you go to AIT, man, them girls get awfully cute.
Dude, I'm bisexual.
That's
Fuck
that
out
proximity
here, I'm gay.
thing. What was that thing called they used to say? It's like, it's just because that's the only thing available. But in reality, you're like, nah, I shouldn't have did that.
You know,
Hell no.
the cruelest
Nah.
and the funniest joke we said off the plane coming once we landed back in America. All you desert 10s are ones again.
But it's true.
It's so true.
It's
Well, see,
true.
that's the
God
other thing,
damn.
man. Y'all got the military. Ain't even no chicks in the military that really have any attractive looks. So they don't have to go there. So it's like,
Bullshit.
it's a
Bro,
whole.
they're the most
Oh,
fit females you're gonna
shit.
find outside of
I know. I
like
said
Instagram
I said shit.
influencers.
I know, like shit. I know.
Bullshit.
Can I fit it?
No,
I
nigga,
was-
because
I
you're
was-
about to say something stupid. Bullshit.
No, oh, okay, I get
Some
fit.
of the finest bitches you will find are in the military.
Hell no. Charles,
Air
look, man,
Force.
I
Jesus
understand.
Christ.
Look, I
Air Force
understand.
had them.
Look,
I'm gonna tell
okay,
you what.
you talking about on the level with, you talking about on the level with
Yes,
actual
yes,
models, actual
yes,
models on
yes,
runway, like in
Listen,
Paris and
they
shit.
they not
yes,
are not just aesthetically pleasing, but they are actually in shape. Their fitness levels are going to damn near
ridiculous.
match a men's because
What's
they
their
have to run the same
personalities?
miles. Now the PT test it might be a little different because there's standards, but as far as just actual cardio and keeping up with people, yeah, they do ruck marches just like the men.
I'm gonna tell you what. Them females, if you look good in a pair of fucking BDUs with no makeup,
God,
what the fuck do you look like at civvies?
cleaning up is not the word.
Like,
Like,
there are some chicks I've seen, and you like, oh my damn. It's the
yeah,
same thing in the police department. You see this chick, and you like, yeah, she probably like a 7 when she outside of her clothes. You see her again, she like, I remember, I'll even tell this funny story about my girl Danny. Because she's a medic and she's also a medic instructor, combat medic instructor in the
Hmm.
Air Force. She was activated, so she's basically been active duty for like 4 or 5 years now, and
Hmm.
I think maybe even longer. Shit. So she was looking for some books or some comics to get into, so I gave her like a couple of novels, and she met me on the parking lot. So I'm grabbing the books out the parking lot, and I'm like, who's this fine built motherfucker here? God damn. And I was like, oh my lord, that's Danny. Shit. Like I said, Daddy, you gotta walk away from me. You giving me erection problems.
Man,
it be
these
the
military,
closest
bro.
ones, man. It be the
I feel like
closest ones.
these military chicks gonna have a hell of a
I
time
want you to
with disease.
I want
They
you to
gonna have a
read this
hell of a
comment
time with
right here.
disease. Pookie, Tier 1 ops like Dev Drew, SF, the 47th, Raiders, they're all quiet professionals, keyword professionals. They won't make those mistakes. All right, fair enough. I mean, but
Hey,
anything can. I was just saying like not in terms of people making mistakes, but in just in terms of
You
just
wouldn't,
randomness. Like you
and
don't
I'm
know what
glad
kind of
Roy
equipment
said
you
it
get.
best. You wouldn't
Hmm.
even know SF was there.
hey, Charles, I got one for you. This I don't know if she's in your city, but I don't know
Yeah.
if Link's work in the back office, but check that out. He's talking about women in uniform. There you go.
Let me see. You better be talking about something.
Oh god damn. I would show this one chick, but she's god damn she's. I'll tell you, one of the rookies I had to train. It was funny because her mother was just to make all you military and first responder men laugh. Her mother was a major in our fucking department.
Mm,
You talk
mm,
about
mm.
a chick that ran college track, so she's nothing but thighs and ass
Jesus,
and
I'm
legs.
fucking, I'm
And
fucking walling with these dudes.
surprisingly, know some DSLs. God damn, but
You're welcome.
yeah, thank
Sauce.
you.
Vanity,
And I'll put it to you this
vanity.
way. I'll put it to you this way. This chick had a rack on her that even Lex Luger couldn't put in the torture rack. Like,
Mm.
god damn, and she's chocolate. I mean, Bria Miles chocolate. So chocolate, she would give you diabetes and cavities, and you'll enjoy every fucking second your dentist is pulling your teeth. And I mean, she was literally traffic stopping beautiful. I swear to God. And I was like, she can't be that bad. Because, she has her degree in kinesiology, exercise science. And she was like, how'd you know? I said, do I look like an idiot? So she walks out the gym, doing a workout, like her 15, 20 minute, cardio and lift, So she's in leggings and a sports bra. And that sports bra is holding on to her like Bret Hart with a sharpshooter. And I'm looking, and if she's coming out to the circle where we're putting our, either you're taking your equipment in your patrol vehicle or you're putting it in your regular car. Literally every car and every human being stopped to look at her. Even the straight females started questioning themselves. I was like, God damn. I was like, yo, you know what? I would drink the sweat off your body right now. I'm just thinking to myself, like, one time I had to tell her, and I was like, you know what's funny? You a fine motherfucker. You know it. You know you a fine motherfucker, too.
They often do.
But she was cool about it. And I was like, and kind of find out one of my buddies was messing with her on the low. For sure. I was like, please fuck her for me. Just do it.
Then a pretty
Just do
hoe
it.
be community.
Just
my
do it
nigga,
for
I
the.
swear.
Just do it for the. Just do it for the Gipper right here, man. Just
Bro,
do it for the Gipper.
Charles, man, why all the pretty girls gotta be community? How come all the
Wait,
prettiest girls that I know
Not all
end up
the
being
pretty
community?
girls are
A
community.
lot of them.
Some.
Well, the ones
See,
that
I mean,
know their own
either on the
value.
low,
Well,
either
you
on
got
the
two
low,
types
or
of you got two types of pretty girls. The pretty girls that don't know they're pretty, and the pretty girls that know they're pretty. There's no in between. I'm gonna tell you what. You find that big pretty girl, and she knows what she's doing. You like, God damn. I gotta find an advantage real quick because if I don't, she's gonna control my black ass. My man Onyx said, ha 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 ha. My senior year of ROTC, they drilled all the actions of unbecoming of an officer into our psyche. If you're single, date off base within parameters. However, don't forget what you represent. Yes, 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 Lord. I'm sorry. You got the average age of a butter bar is around what, 22, 23?
Yeah.
The average age of a fucking what rank for you, GRD?
I got out specialist.
The specialist, yeah, that's how I got
Yeah.
out. So the average private first class is around 18, 19. I'm so glad that
in the private,
I
the
couldn't
private
be a
first
fucking
class is that after college, Charles, or is that
no,
with that is
you're
that
an
with
officers.
that without the
No,
college?
that's
degree?
enlisted. That's
Oh,
without
okay.
college enlisted. If you graduate, you're gonna be a
And-
butter bar. Is what we call a butter bar lieutenant.
Unless you
Or-
go
I'm
regular,
gonna be a butter bar. Hey,
not infantry, but if you just go in regular, I forgot the term, but if you have a degree and you go in and it's just a regular enlisted, you
Yeah.
can start off as a specialist because you
Yeah.
have a degree.
yeah. Hey.
But I mean that Charles knows that shit don't mean shit once you in the sticks though.
Mm-mm.
That shit does not help
I mean,
you. It'll help you on the
I'm
back
gonna get
end,
my reps.
but that's it.
I get my reps.
Yeah.
I mean, of course. I mean, I ain't gonna. Come on, bro. I ain't gonna do the white boy thing and then just live off the position. Come on, man.
Well,
Well,
it's not so much
specialist.
a it's not so much a white boy
What's up,
thing. It's just
Leon?
a matter of knowing where you're gonna fold or not fold, where you're gonna fit in that
Yeah.
whole industrial complex.
And believe it or not, you're doing it because you're paying off college debt. And let's say you do stay. 9 out of 10 you're gonna go to OCS anyway.
Yep.
Man, I ain't got
So-
no college debt.
Unless you want to be a warrant officer, because
Yeah,
that
well-
was my goal. Because you can either do the green to gold program, or you can go be a warrant officer, and then you get to fly helicopters, and you only really
Yeah.
report into like majors and birds and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't want. I don't. I
And,
ain't
and
trying to
nobody
do too
really,
much
and, no,
advancement.
and everybody kind of fears you as a warrant officer.
Oh yeah, that's like the ultimate, I guess, dualism right there. It's like you got the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Oh, so I
everybody's-
could be a warrant officer. I get to tell people what to do. People was afraid of me. I get a full GI Bill when I
you,
leave.
you don't get the concept yet. Let me
Nah.
put it to you this way: some things we're telling you that you're gonna have to find out on your own. Like it's
Oh,
it's
yeah.
hard to explain.
This is why it's hard for me to even. I don't even tell people I'm a veteran, dude. They ask me like when they find out what was it like. I say it's an experience. That's at the end of the day, that's all I can tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I use
It's
words to
different for
describe it,
everybody.
it's going to paint this picture for you that doesn't necessarily equate to your experience when you go through it. Because when you're going through it, there's like I'm pretty sure everyone here has met that one big bulky motherfucker, right? That thinks he's real tough.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as we start doing low crawls and 300 meter dashes and shit where live fires above your head and they start crying, you looking at this nigga crazy like,
Mm-hmm.
and you're my bunkmate?
Yeah, so you know you're gonna get
Yeah.
clowned.
Yeah.
It's funny because when you're gonna be tested, you're gonna be
Oh, yeah.
tested, and the further you go into training, is the deeper. That's why I said earlier in the early show, 28 weeks. I'm looking over some of mine because I'm applying to different things. Trust me, the more I progress, the more I'll tell.
Naturally,
And
you survived that shit.
yeah, and it's funny because going through 28 weeks of training of any sort, police, basic, SF, that's a long. The time alone is so arduous. I'm like, God damn. Like 6 months of fucking, and then you got another 3 to 4 months of field training. Like, I was just talking to Danny. Her name's Danielle, but I call her Danny. She's one of the guys. She drinks all the good shit just like us. But she was telling
Mhm.
me how it was this one white dude. As soon as he was killing it in the academy, as soon
Mhm.
as he got on the street and somebody punched him in his face, he quit that day.
Yeah,
Wait, nigga, what?
that's common. Unfortunately, it's common.
As soon as somebody punched him,
They get that.
yeah.
Wait, what you mean? Oh, like he was. Wait. Nah. Wait. What you mean?
He was punched in the face and we come on the field. When he went to field training, he got out they left the academy. They had to finish field training before they graduate. So the first day of field training, he was with a field training officer and they were trying to subdue a
Oh,
suspect. And he got punched in his face and he quit that day.
oh,
It's a
shit,
different
damn.
story when you're the one being hit. It's one thing to be the attacker, but when you caught off guard like that, it's you either fight or you flight.
Hmm.
That's kind of
Well, I
it.
mean,
See, my
yeah.
stupid ass was like, when a guy hit me, I was like, "Oh, you like hitting people in the face?" You know, you go through the whole.
I
Yeah,
know
they
that
like to
feeling.
punch people. They like to punch.
I
They'll punch you in the back of the head too with their opportunity. Trust
Faulkner,
me, I know
sir.
what you mean.
Yeah.
Do
But
you
you
also
can't.
have that mentality where it's like, okay, I want you to throw the first hit so I don't have to go to jail?
Hmm. There's many a times I tell people like I had to walk up to a guy and I had to tell him, I
Mhm.
will get a suspension whooping your ass, and I will gladly
True,
take it. Like,
true.
like I had over 1,000 likes, 1,100 likes on a comment about. I'll probably post it in the chat in my community tab. And what I
Mhm,
honestly said, I said I've been an officer for almost 15 years,
mhm.
and a grown man punches a fucking 9-year-old girl in the face, and I'm showing up to that call to that scene, and the father of that little girl is whooping that guy's ass who punched the
Ain't doing
girl.
nothing.
I'm not gonna see that. Or depending on the day you get me, I might be the one stomping your ass. And you had everybody said, you know what? We need more officers like you. He said, and of course you had this one lame brain say, no, that's an officer abusing his power. No, actually it's called
Oh,
righteous justice. Because I wouldn't be just doing some police brutality. I would be defending a 9-year-old girl from a
As a man
fucking
should.
monster. And I'm like this. I don't give a damn if you see a 9-year-old child who's basically defenseless against a fucking grown man, and you don't have the conviction to do something. I'm gonna look at you weird, if not punch you my damn self.
and those are the, you know what? Those are the people that do that. Those are the kind of people that just solely rely on what the letter of the law says, irrespective of some sense of morality that they're usually bringing up to you, which is crazy. It's ironic they always bring up a sense of morality, but you ain't even mad that the girl got punched. You worried about the letter of the law and the gray area and what that could
See,
potentially mean for what crimes that you might do, because you don't want to be the person that's doing a crime and you don't want to be that person get punched in the face for a crime. You don't
what
want to be that guy. What are you complaining
what
about?
did I
You didn't
always
do it.
tell? What the fuck did I always talk about, Pookie? What's moral, what's legal may not be moral, may not be effective, may not be practical, and may not be pragmatic. You saw me talk to what's her name? Jessica X. And
Hmm.
I tried to explain to her that in different cultures, 14 is legal to marry.
Now she's an airhead. She don't understand that.
And
So
I
that's
said, even though I don't agree with it, I understand their reasoning behind it.
this.
Because I'm a worldly guy. I've been around the world and I still can't find my baby. Okay?
Been around the world and I,
And I
if
like
I
both versions. And
ever.
if anybody's asking, I like both versions. Okay?
A
See,
man of culture.
oh yes. We listen to a lot of Frankie Belly over this motherfucker.
I don't know why.
Y'all might be new to this channel, but shit, we love our military, corrections, police, firefighters, medics, paramedics. Um,
Ooh,
we love everybody who puts on a goddamn uniform doing a job that not everybody. Hell, we even love our security, armed and unarmed, because that's not a job everybody can do. Okay, and I had to tell people this. I said, look, when you go to other countries, do you ever notice why they don't have like a divorce rate? Because they bury them chicks early. Because they know if their daughters get out there and start willy nilly giving up their womb, they're not gonna get married. So they're gonna marry them off to somebody early. Do you want them? And people are like, well, that guy's 20, 21. Okay, let me explain something to you. Just like I did in one of my earlier shows, it may not be as refined as we are now, but I explained this to a person who had a disagreement with Marcus Houston and his wife. When was the last time you heard about Marcus Houston and his wife going through issues? Oh, you didn't. If I was the girl's father, yes, I would vet him to make sure he loves you for who you are. And then I would also sit my daughter down. Don't fuck this up because you ain't gonna find another Marcus Houston. Okay?
True. Yeah, you're not.
Listen,
Another thing,
you're not. I
Charles.
mean, you're beautiful and all. You're not gonna find a lot of guys who are willing to marry you and not just because guess what? As one of my partners said, at least he made her an honest woman, and that's what makes a lot of women jealous.
Women get mad at times because they think beauty should, just because it gets them in the door, it should automatically seal the deal. But you have to have talent to seal the deal.
Sir
You have to
Faulkner,
do something.
Yes, sir.
You have to.
is it possible that most of the women in the current diaspora are going through what we men went through in the early '90s with hip hop, where we got promoted something that's counterproductive, and then
That's
now
exactly what I
it's
was.
the female's turn.
I think the females are going through. The females are going through what I like to call. Um, it's kind of like a relationship menopause.
Hmm.
They're trying
They're,
to do. They're trying to do the. It's like it's weird, like with the even if you look at the
that's
trend of
what I
history.
think. Shit, I might have to coin that phrase. A relationship menopause. Because if you look at it, you look at a
Hmm.
menopausal woman. The only reason men have an attachment to menopausal women is because she's been there, she's been loyal to you, you love her.
Hmm.
Because sex is never going to be the same anymore. The emotions are not going to be the same anymore. She's no longer able to bear children. So she has to put in your head, this is a woman's mission now. I swear to God, I need to sell this game, man. A woman's job is to convince you that you're worth the squeeze. That she's worth the squeeze. That after all the children I bear, after all the beauty that I give up, and I'm still an enjoyable person to be around. If you can't watch Blue Bloods and fucking I Love Lucy and Bonanza with that woman, what good is she?
Nigga said Blue Bloods. I'm dead. You watch Blue Bloods, Charles? You're not. I be telling my mom that. Like, I'm like,
I
how
don't.
can you not watch this actual
I don't
shit?
watch
Like,
cop. I don't watch. I really don't watch. The closest thing to a cop show I used to watch a little semi regularly was SVU. But I really don't watch cop
SVU.
shows. I'm
I
talking kind of like,
imagine
man,
it's
I'm
that
just
shit
talking.
like
is
when you're in the
all.
service, you're not really trying to play Call of Duty because you're living the
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
SVU was
That's
making me
like I'll
mad as
play. I'll
hell,
play
man.
Call of Duty now
Yeah,
because my friends are on it, and I'm getting my mojo back with it. But
Hmm.
sometimes you just got to remind people, like, yeah, this Call of Duty shit. Modern Warfare was very eerily close to Iraq. It was. Put it to you this way: somebody was there, physically there, when they made that game.
yeah,
were
they got a good
physically
point of reference. That's for damn sure.
there. Because
They
that.
probably, you know, these studios probably hired veterans from the
Oh,
time period.
they
Yeah,
are
they do
veterans.
that from time to time. They'll hire veterans.
They'll hire the veterans, and
Cause they have like, you know, these the veterans will be like, some of them are like consultants and shit for like video games and like different like projects, like just, you know, army related, you know, Air Force related, just
yeah,
different like military s
they'll
fights.
hire them. But you could tell the detail they put into those buildings. They had boots on ground somewhere. Somebody had boots on ground, and you could tell
They could have
because
consulted the
architecture.
military.
Yeah, they did. That's the thing about it. Call of Duty is one of the biggest current recruiters.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
And they
Activision.
actually
Yeah.
just got reprimanded for doing a live stream on Twitch, trying to recruit while doing a Call of Duty tournament.
hmm
This was just a year ago, actually.
Which I wouldn't mind. I mean,
So nobody want to
hey,
go to no damn
I mean,
military and die.
I mean, shut the fuck up.
Um,
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up again. And again, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna put it to you this way, right? I hate when people say that shit. I'm not even gonna feed into that shit. Shut the fuck up.
he's a civilian,
Yes,
Sir
I
Falker.
know.
He's a civilian.
I'm just
Oh,
kidding,
yes.
man. You know, most of the 10% of
And
the
yes, I
military is
do.
only
And
active.
yes, yes, Bay. Yes, Bay. Bit of truth. I love watching Lucifer. It's a great show. But I'm talking about my parents' age because, you know, me and my dad. I visit his house sometimes, and we love westerns, man. It's just like being a kid when I was a little toddler sitting on his lap watching Bonanza. So we're just sitting in the room and we'll watch Bonanza. We'll watch what is it, the Partridge Family or shit, or Little House on the Prairie, or we'll watch the gunman or the gunslinger, whatever the fuck that shit's called. The rifleman. That's what it's called.
Rifleman, yeah, rifleman.
We'll watch that, or we'll watch We'll watch the Wild Wild West, and what's the other one?
MASH.
Mash.
We didn't watch MASH too much. We watched a lot of westerns.
Mash was more for white people. That was for real more for white people. That was more of a white folk
I
kind of
think that
thing.
I think I used to watch Yeah, I used to watch MASH when I was younger. Well, you know, that's before niggas could afford cable. But, you know, but when you actually start to understand it, it came off as a comedy. But when you come out of the military, you really see how sad it is. You got a guy cross-dressing because he's really trying to leave the war. And
Yeah.
they're like, no.
Conscientious objectors.
Yep, you got conscientious objectors. They had people who didn't want to work on the Viet Cong, and people who did because they took an oath. And my father, who's a veteran, he's a Marine, and he's a Vietnam veteran. He says, think about it. You see your buddy, you giving him that, and he going up in a helicopter. Next thing you know, you turn around and the helicopter's coming down in the flames. And he said, you gotta live with some of this shit, man.
The dreaded pink mist.
Mm-hmm. He
It
said,
is
think
what
about
it
it.
is.
Think about it. He said, You got to think about this shit. I come from a military family. Grandfather World War, great grandfather World War II, grandfather Korea, father
Wow.
Vietnam. I'm
Hat tip to you,
Iraq,
sir.
and my nephew he just went back to active duty in Texas.
Hmm.
Uh, Hats off to all of you who put on that uniform because god damn.
I, I even serving my time, I still can't even imagine what World War was like.
Yeah,
That's a different fucking
Nah,
ball
bro.
game.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
different. Yeah, that's different.
yeah. I mean that's
Man, this is cause the
shit.
shit. Even the shit that you guys are. I mean, cause y'all. I mean, y'all are bitch, but y'all didn't fight in like
We didn't get drafted. We
Vietnam,
volunteered. There's a
Korea,
difference.
World War II. I mean, yeah, y'all didn't even. Cause you know what it was like. My great granduncle and my grandfather. Those niggas. Well, my grandfather didn't get, but my uncle did get drafted because he fought for what that nigga fight in the gold. Hey, did the golf had a draft, right?
The
Was that the
Gulf of
last one?
Tonkin incident.
The Gulf War, yeah. The Gulf War.
Oh,
Gulf War was when I was a kid.
Was
It
that
was
a
like
did that one was that the last one to have a draft, or was Korea the last one? Because he fought in Korea.
Vietnam was the last draft war.
Oh, it was
yeah.
Vietnam. Okay, well, yeah, well, people around my uncle's age, those people were the last people that got drafted. And those dudes are like 70. They're like
Yeah,
BGS's age,
yeah. If you're
to be
Salutations, bitter
honest.
truth.
the youngest.
How y'all doing?
What's up, better? The
What's up, babe?
youngest veteran should be in
Going
their
on?
mid 60s.
Yeah, mid
Yeah,
60s, 70s.
one of the airmen from WW2, he just passed away at age 102. They
Mm.
had a they had a virtual Twitter memorial for him.
Oh
From
yeah.
World War II. There's still was he black or white?
He was a
Was he
black
white
man.
dude?
He was a black
He's a
man.
black
He
dude.
was he was even older than that. He was like what, damn near 112 because
He was up there.
he was smoking cigars, loving it. I mean, he was highly respected by anybody. Like it was so funny, right?
Hmm.
There were people who were just there are people who were staunch down racist, but you know the motherfucker they respected. They
That's
respected
black nigga.
that black man right there.
Yep.
And there's one thing about the military, boy.
Here you go, Pookie.
One thing about the military, boy. It demands respect. It's like the same way that militarism, it demands respect. You look at the Nation of Islam. Why are they respected? Because they're militaristic. They have a
Mm.
standard. They have a certain look, not to be fucked with. So
I mean, niggas like that remember when America was still the top producer in the world. Like, only thing we produce now is bullshit. You
We
know,
still produce quite a bit, but
yeah, we do.
it's just
it ain't nowhere near nowhere near in
We
comparison, bro.
produce we
It's
produce
bad.
muscle. We're the hired muscle of the world.
yeah.
Okay.
I felt a certain way when they said when you have little kids saying you're the policeman of the world. I'm kind of like, oh shit.
That's what we sell. We sell fucking security. I mean, but we don't, I'm talking about products. Like that's when we were back then. We were still making stuff
Oh,
though.
we're
We were
still
still.
exporting a lot of things, man.
I mean, but we're not making no money though. So it can't be.
I'll yield to
It
Faulkner
can't.
on that one. He might know more about that.
I'll put it to
I,
you this way.
it
There
can't
are
be.
five things that America makes its money off of with black market deals: guns, drugs, sex trafficking, uh, bootlegs, shit.
Oh, you
Uh,
should have just said God,
Yeah,
gold, oil, and drugs.
yeah.
That's black market. What about above board?
well, that you got black culture. They definitely sell. Black culture is one of the top five things that get sold that
Nigga, you
makes
say
the
Mhm.
most
black
money.
culture?
Yeah, black culture.
That's it. Like we
You know
That's
how
don't, but
much
we
one.
don't really even make that much money though
they
The
see.
fuck they
You,
don't.
I'm gonna put it to you this way, right?
compared to the
This is the
military
reason
industrial
why.
complex.
This is the reason why I told you about somebody get a bachelor's or master's in psychology.
Yes, sir.
So a PhD once told me so much information, not enough knowledge. See, you're going through a paralysis of analysis instead of listening. See, this is the problem with a lot of generations. Like when trainers, drill sergeants, different instructors. When I'm telling you something, I want you to sit back and listen and see the structure being formed in your brain and to see me help you put the shit together or whoever's talking. Because what you're not understanding is, one, the military, I gave you a clue, military muscle. Half these fucking countries in the world don't defend its own fucking borders.
Nope.
Why do you think? Why do you think I'm in talks of not only owning my own security firm, but getting
Hmm.
training to be a designated defensive marksman? But also, I'm in talks to talking to a motherfucker to do maritime fucking operations.
Would you be open to having international? Would you be open to
That's
international
merit.
operations, Charles, or do you
If
want to
he's
stay
doing
domestic?
maritime, man, you're talking big contracts, man. That's a whole different law game.
You trying to go
I
over
told you, I'm trying to live my dreams, boy. I'm trying to be,
maritime? So
I'm
at
trying to
sea?
be, yes. In other
Oh
words,
shit!
the shit that you see some of the SF guys do, that's what I'm
Yeah.
gonna be trying to train young black men to do and get some lucrative contracts. But y'all
Okay.
don't want to hear that. Y'all don't want to hear that.
Uh, did he mute
But
himself?
yeah, for a second, but I think he's probably talking to somebody. But yeah,
Oh,
their mama's not gonna let him go. That's the main issue. Is you gotta detach them from that connection from their moms so they can just go.
Your mama can't
'Cause there's two
stop you
moms.
from doing shit once you turn 18.
I know it can't, but
legally.
it's like they're still legally, but it's like they're in their heads mentally. And
So
it's like a weight.
Yeah,
you're
it's
not
a
needed.
We have to
If you
it's
detach
that
them
weak,
from them.
if
no,
you
Huh?
there is a
if you're that
psychological
weak
technique.
where you cannot let go of mommy skirt, then you're not needed.
We need
Well,
though.
there
We
is a
still need
thing
them
where
though.
they make them dependent upon them. Like when I was telling you earlier that my mother
Hmm.
didn't want me to work, one of the reasons why I'm suspecting she didn't want me to work because she's a narcissist was because she wanted me to remain dependent upon her. So therefore she was able to have leverage over me to force me to do something that might not have been in my best, favor. But I didn't have any option because she was my guardian. Like I didn't turn 18 till I got to college. So what these women tend to do is they make
Hmm.
their children dependent upon them. So even when they leave the house, they're ill prepared. Therefore, they always go back to mommy.
A true narcissist, a true narcissist only really cares about themselves completely. And having somebody rely on you, whether that makes you feel good emotionally, they would acknowledge illogically that it just doesn't make sense economically. So a true narcissist will actually make it so that the child is able to be sustainable earlier on, so they can have more of their years to themselves to improve their own station.
That's the
So a
point.
lot of these women have like this. They have like codependent narcissism. It's not true narcissism. True
It's
narcissism is
it's
completely
not.
for the self.
Well,
See,
Sir Faulkner, if you go for it, I'm going to tell you, you got an uphill battle because Umar kind of ruined it for a lot of black men who want to start something like that.
CMOS Gold.
I'm, I'm gonna tell you one thing about it. It's like, look, I'm I'm one of the original groups that the 2/3 policy. I can't save everybody, but I'm gonna save everybody who wants to be saved. I'm gonna save everybody who says they know they need to be saved. I'm gonna give opportunities. I'm a man of opportunity, not a man of outcome. Remember that quote? If you look in my when you look in my community tab from Mr. T, I guaranteed everything but their life. But I'm willing to give up mine for yours. That's the ultimate. See, a lot of people don't understand that concept. Is that I'm going to do everything in my power and a little bit beyond to make sure you and yours are safe. And this is the same concept what black men or men, period, have been saying for eons. I'm going to do everything in my power and a little bit beyond to make sure you and the children are safe. What do I get equal to the cost of my life from you? Woo!
It's kind of hard to do that. It's an unpayable debt.
So the least you could do is respect me. You may not gotta like it, but you gotta damn sure respect it. And see, once you go back to those concepts of respecting yourself first before any broad does, the game changes. Would you agree, Bitter?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I will tell you what, I am a biggest believer, as much as the Eric whoremonger that I can be, a peace of mind will be a piece of ass any day of the week to me.
Solace.
Think
I
about
mean,
it.
you gotta be able to respect yourself to the extent like you respect yourself over all your possessions, over everything, and then it becomes so much more easier once you stop like investing yourself so fully into your possessions and what you can acquire for yourself.
And I'm glad you said that. Say that shit again.
Stop investing yourselves fully into into the things you can acquire and the things you can bring to yourself. Invest yourself fully into what who you are and what you want to do, and what drives you. That's what you put your investment into
Do you?
completely. You don't invest yourself in what you're able to garner because they're gonna be bad times, bro. And when those bad times happen, you ain't gonna be able to garner shit. And you still
Hmm.
gotta feel good about yourself.
And
You
I'm gonna
still
tell
gotta be
you.
productive.
I'm gonna tell you.
Hmm.
There's light at the end of that damn tunnel. I know
Hmm.
somebody hearing my voice right now is probably gonna have to need to hear that, but there's light at the end of that fucking tunnel. Yes, it's gonna get worse before it gets better, but god damn it, you're gonna be greater because of it.
Hmm.
Sorry.
It's and too many black men this time of the year. This is a high suicide time for us.
Hmm.
I'm gonna say it again. This is a high suicide time for black men.
Sir
There's
Faulkner.
yes, sir.
Gotta make a joke.
Go ahead.
It might be a bit morbid, but I guess winter comes for us too.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Because people don't realize a black man in America for so goddamn long had no rights that anybody had to adhere to.
Nigga, for a certain extent, we still do. You can get laid out in the street based on fraudulent lies, and people will think it's justified to a certain extent. It would appear.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I
If I
mean,
may say
you
something
look at the
before,
Ahmaud Arbery thing.
Oh, no, go
Even
ahead,
though those
Joel.
guys,
oh, I was gonna say
mhm,
before he tells the joke or whatever, I was gonna say I'm doing a series called The Trials of Men, and two of the first major components. I'm just breaking down like the major basic components of what a masculine man is. And like the first component was actually like your ability to solve problems, and then the second component was respect, and how both of those
mhm,
play a key part into being a man. And you guys touched on video games, and it's ironic because that first component, your ability to solve problems, one of the things video games feed upon, and why men love them so much, is they feed upon that solving problems thing. Because when you're playing a game, you're getting a similar feedback as if you were actually completing a task in the real world.
Achievements. That's why that achievement system was made for Xbox and the trophy for PlayStation.
Exactly.
or you can kill people
Psychology.
too,
Well, maybe.
and do all this debauchery shit. You ain't got the balls to do in your real life. That's why you see these dudes act like freaking apes on GTA Online. Niggas
No.
be
If
doing
you
all
were
types of
around for
shit.
the early Halo days, like I was, there were people that actually killed parents over it. So some of them got it in them.
Hey, what's
Some
up,
of
Mike
them, not
V?
most of them.
Got Mike
What
B in
the
the
fuck,
building.
Salutations,
man?
Mike.
Hey,
Salutations, brother.
salutations. Thanks for having me on, man. Piece of the panel,
Yes,
piece of the
I've
cat.
been waiting. I've been waiting for the great Mike V to come and visit the old folk in the bed.
Subscribe to
Yeah.
Charles and subscribe to Pookie.
So,
Subscribe.
continue,
Yeah, I have
Mike.
to do my homework first before I got on there. But
Oh yeah. Well, we already know you're doing like calculus and reverse time travel. You know that. We already know.
nah, no, I'm just finishing up my masters. But yeah,
Congrats.
definitely. I don't even know what the topic is right now though.
Well, we're free flowing, but earlier because I did an early show, a super early show. So, and I was, and Art New Style gave me a video. Shout out to Art once again, give me this fire content to speak on. And the question was, do black police and black police commissioners or chiefs, are they good for the black community?
I'll say this in my experience, because we have a considerable amount of black law enforcement up here in Boston. I have never had any issues with a black police officer ever in my life. All of my issues in Boston have come from white Irish police officers pulling me over and
True.
harassing me and haranguing me. And so I think, and I think a part of this is because of this sort of community policing where your police officers live in the same neighborhood as you, so you don't have to worry about them trying to pull the trigger or even confronting you in that fashion. And so I think, to your question and the original question, I think that black law enforcement at the top and at the bottom makes a lot of sense.
Hmm.
But
I
at
think
least in
it's,
their own neighborhoods, like especially in Boston, like it's real bad in Boston, man. Like,
Boston is a racist ass city.
bro,
And it's funny because do I understand why some police officers don't live there? Yeah, I get it.
We got a lot of Baltimore transplants up here.
Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah. But
niggas
I
be
think,
driving down.
Well, you got a
well,
lot of
because
people.
the cities are very similar in terms of like structure and politics. It's very
Yeah,
similar.
because you got to think Baltimore is a very, even though it's still relative, it's very segregated. I'm just gonna say it. It's very segregated. It's
I
not a
think
melting pot. See, that's why it's like for people from over west, it's hard for them to get the concepts that we have over the East Coast because the East Coast older. So they're gonna have some old traditions they're gonna still hold by, even if they don't mean to. They're gonna hold it. So you're gonna have more of a segregated populace here than you do over the West Coast.
Yeah, it's a lot more loose and blacks on the West Coast than it is on the East Coast. You know, all of the Irish take over the first responder. I'm hearing a lot of feedback from somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, all of your first responder jobs go to the Irish, and all of your civil engineering jobs go to the Italians and the Portuguese.
and the Asians too.
Well, not the Asians because they don't. They're too small for minority here to get any of those contracts. Those contracts are kind of locked in to the Irish and the Italian community
For now,
after the 30s and 40s, and
The
so
for
games
now.
people play.
yeah, yeah, Asians don't make up that large of a demographic to be that impactful. In fact, I would say that after the Vietnam War, when a lot of those Vietnamese came over here, they actually gentrified some of the Irish out of their own community. But
Expecting influx, Mike, because it's happening over the next 5 years. Um, I don't know. I think you know with the general immigration policy opening up for the South American countries, they're not going to really be able to have too much of a standing to say they're going to be able to bar um, the Asian countries, especially since they already have a lot of them have already came over
mhm.
and they have extremely open policies for the Europe and stuff, and other countries in the West. So
Well, I think, to Charles's point, I think that it's a perfect time for a lot of guys to get in because there's a lot of police reform doesn't necessarily mean that we're defunding the police. That it also means that they're going down to the HBCUs and they're recruiting more black people, more in particular black men, right? And so they're going down there to actually find this sort of talent. But you get guys like Charles Faulkner who's in there, and he can be that plug who can actually pull in more talent and start going down to the to the high school level and start recruiting talent because that's what they do here. And so I think that black law enforcement at the top and at the bottom, at the commission level and at the cadet level, is important. I just never had, in my personal experience, I've never had an issue with a black law enforcement official ever, whether it's a crossing guard, traffic enforcement, um, court officers. They have been the most lenient people I've ever run into in terms of law enforcement.
True.
Law enforcement, sirs, Mike and Faulkner. I thought it was a rule of thumb that you guys don't necessarily, you know, police the area that you actually have your estate just for security, like OPSEC.
In up here, I think they do that as a way to stop, because if you know your neighborhood the best, then you kind of patrol it better. And so there's a vested interest in kind of keeping the neighborhood, put the public safety of the neighborhood up.
That's kind of cool. You ain't got to go that far. You can just go right
So
home.
it is an option.
Yeah.
Maybe Charles knows more about it, but from what I've seen and what I've talked, most of the people I've talked to, especially even the firefighters, black firefighters, they're in their own neighborhoods, they're in their own barracks.
I remember when they started implementing that one, because they were talking about the same thing where it's like they thought they were considering the problem was you had a bunch of cops coming from elsewhere coming and policing a whole different demographic, and then they started being like, they started giving those cops homes in the neighborhoods that they police, and they were like, okay, well, this should change things, and then that's when they started implementing it in some of the cities.
Yeah, definitely. It sounds plausible to me. I think that we should be applying for those roles right now. Boston Police have, I think, like 100 different postings they posted for the year, from dispatch all the way up to what do you call it, technician jobs. Putting in the radio communications and stuff like that, even mechanics and stuff like that. I think brothers should be getting into these type of roles. I think if you want things to change, you got to be the change maker. So
Dudes don't want to be cops though.
There's a stigma with it, and I think that's still playing out from the 90s, that law enforcement can't necessarily be trusted, even if it is your own kin, because they feel like it's some type of attrition.
Well, look at Marilyn Mosley. I think in Baltimore, I think her relatives are former Boston police officials.
Isn't she under indictment?
Well, I mean, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. So yeah, I think that's the case right now. But I'm just making the general point that there's different areas to actually get into. Cybersecurity for law enforcement, forensics, many different areas.
STEM.
Yeah, there's a lot of research and development. We know that Boston Dynamics has been working with Boston Police.
They are out of control.
Who, Boston Dynamics?
Yes.
Yeah, I work right around the corner from them. But
my God, it's all the sci-fi movies rolled up into a block.
Mm-hmm.
It's right there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone know how to make an EMP?
Say that one more time.
I said, does anyone know how to make an EMP or a Gauss cannon?
Oh, no.
No, man.
Shit.
I know what they are.
Hmm.
I don't know how to make one.
I don't know, man. When I saw that
Hey,
robot
man.
doing parkour, that means we're here.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Cyborg soldiers. That's what they need to do. Do a lot of robots to do a lot of this ground fighting. Need to stop all this human killing. It's really unnecessary.
Mike, have you seen the robot doing parkour out in public?
No, I work right around the corner from the headquarters. I've seen them out there with it, but I haven't seen them out there, actively in public with it. So they have their own little campus out there in Waltham.
But you were close enough. Was it surreal to see a mechanized humanoid walking around?
Oh, absolutely. It's not just walking; it's running, right? And so
Yeah.
they usually put the dog, the Spot, the dog.
Oh yeah, you can buy those now as a consumer pet if you really want it. If you got $6,000.
Yeah,
Do a robotic little
Yeah, it's de-weaponized. It's been neutered basically, and they paint it yellow, and you can
Yeah.
just have it.
Yeah, state police have been using those for a couple of years now. They've been using those in
Is
testing.
is
So
the bite is the bite de-weaponized?
I don't think it's a bite. I think it's more of a
The bullet.
yeah, it's a bullet.
Or at least shock darts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what it
soup it up
is, man.
yourself if you, yeah,
Hey,
high
Charles
enough.
Faulkner, can I share my screen real quick?
Go
An
ahead.
experienced enough engineer could just re-soup it up if he wanted to.
How
Yeah,
many of
for
those
money.
you got walking around?
Yeah, I mean they're there though. So
They're there, but how many do you have? I mean,
he
motherfuckers
has
have a hard
shatters.
time tying their shoes. I mean, that he's rare.
Shatters ass. He ain't even got no
He's
degree.
he's rare.
Someone that was talking about his compressor that was getting more power out of something.
Hmm.
Can you see my
NASA
screen?
trying to
recall
steal
him.
his ideas and
Yeah.
shit. He's the copyright and trademark his project.
Yes,
Can't
he
see that.
does.
Let me increase it.
Because NASA will definitely steal your shit.
Charles Faulkner, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the
Yeah.
this is the latest, or at least the last previous recorded makeup of the city's law enforcement wise. Even though white people make up the minority, they make up the majority of the law enforcement.
Does that include those who identify as white on census, or is it actually Anglo-Saxon European descent?
It's whatever they put on the application.
Boston's a wild place, I tell you.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Boston. And when you think about it,
Fucking Bostonian.
you're gonna need more minority leadership as well. The supervisors are the people who enforce the policies.
There's gonna be no minority leadership.
We had minority leadership, and they got them up out of there quick.
Ain't gonna be no minority leadership in Boston. Maybe Baltimore, not Boston.
So,
Yeah.
Sir Faulkner and Mike, so how would that work in 25 years when the minority is actually going to be shifted? Those who are deemed minorities now are not going to be the minorities.
Well, we're the majority at this point. I think we've been that way for the last maybe decade or so.
Okay.
See, it's this is the reason why I'm gonna say this. When Trump got in office, you know what his doctrine was? To consolidate power.
Hmm.
That was the white attitude, to consolidate power, to hold these old fucking things that we had before. Why do you think if America would have actually done their job and tamped down this racist element that we had and actually educated the black folk, we would be probably, I know you guys are a lot smarter than me. We'd probably be 200 to 300 years advanced to what we are now. Because so many ideas, so many things were brought about by black inventors and who were slaves. So imagine when you actually fully educate young black men, the sky's the limit.
You know, Charles, when I was in South Africa last year, actually in 2020, before the pandemic, at the height of the pandemic, they had security everywhere because they didn't have enough law enforcement because they didn't have enough people to train them. And so you get guys like yourself, very seasoned, that can go down there and train up, run a boot camp or whatever it is. That's the sort of things that they're looking for.
You must have heard what I said. What my plans are.
No, I didn't
I
know
said,
that.
I said, your boy's going into school for EMT paramedic off the VA's dime.
Okay.
Hopefully by August or October, I could go to Colorado and train to be a designated defensive marksman.
Wow.
Basically a counter sniper.
Hmm.
And hopefully some down the path, I might be able to do some training in some maritime missions.
Now, are you eligible to join SWAT?
Mm, you're always eligible.
Okay.
Hey Charles,
Hmm.
if if I join the military, you think could become a jackal?
Mm. Gotta make it too basic first, son.
If you're worried about morals, I wouldn't.
Let me put it to you
I'm
this
not.
way. There's over 125 jobs to do in the fucking army. You could be the combat supports to the Green Berets or the Delta Force or Dev Groove or whoever. There's many different lights to the same path, as Buddha would said. But to answer your question, Mike, I'm trying to start my own little business. Imagine if Officer Faulkner could do training and boot camps for young boys looking for jobs and looking for discipline and direction, and we could send a lot of our kids over there to be the security for them. So much money.
She wouldn't have our own like Negro military force type shit.
I'm gonna tell you
Our
what.
own little private army.
One day, one day, I'm gonna come across the right motherfucker with the money who's gonna
Hmm.
sponsor my ideas, and I'm gonna quadruple the money he puts in. I'm gonna run across the right motherfucker. We're gonna be millionaires, billionaires if
Would you
necessary.
would you lead this private would you lead this private fighting force internationally to make money
That's the
in international conflicts as a private military force, perhaps like a mercenaries for hire kind of thing?
well, well. You gotta think about it. You gotta have a mission directive. Not every country has a strong enough military. Not
That's why
everybody
they be
needs a
hiring you.
military, but there's
Unless you try to do
a
the
lot of
John
people
Perkins
need the
route,
security.
Mr. Faulkner.
Yeah, yeah, right,
That's always lucrative.
right. And what makes it funny, right, is that any other time they're either too scared or intimidated by your dark skin. But it's nice to have your dark skin to intimidate others for pay. Isn't it such a dichotomy? A fucking dichotomy, I tell you.
But if you're
Onyx
definitely
Mom
dealing
said
with
because
maritime, that's going to be, that's,
that's gonna be huge.
yeah.
International water too. You gonna be dealing with different
That's gonna be
countries,
huge.
Charles. So you can have your own fighting
It's
force.
not just international, man. You're talking about, that's not even that's the state. That's it.
Yeah,
And Charles and his military force goes to Somalia to regulate the conflict in the area, stabilize some pirates who are disrupting the local environment and scaring the relatives and the natives of the area.
you got to
Then we
think
got to
about
go to
it. It's
Lebanon.
like you got to think about how many cruises get attacked every year.
We got a cruise off the coast of the Caribbean that has multiple suicide bombers on it.
My man
The
Onyx
boat
Bomb
needs to be
said because they
stabilized.
under because they understand power. We want to feel good. We want feel good degrees, not power, aka legislators who make policy officers enforce. Thus, policy enforcers, aka police.
Hey,
Very
Roy,
true.
the communist, not communist manifesto, but the that manifesto's out there already. So his comment was that I wouldn't admit if I knew how to make an EMP.
Trust me.
Understandable.
The people who know are already watching.
We're already marked
got
before
my-
you even had a chance to understand it.
Yep. I've already accepted that, all my military or prior service guys or government guys, smart guys, they keep
We're done.
tabs.
They trained us to
Keep
kill.
tabs.
They got every
They keep
blood,
tabs.
piss, stool sample on us and everything.
They know.
Indeed.
Duly noted.
Hmm.
Is it going to be
I'm
like
pretty
Manchurian Candidate?
Possibly.
You have to
pretty
ascend
sure
the power.
I'm pretty sure, like a guy like Mike, they like, hey, you're fucking up the wet dream, man. You're fucking up the wet dream.
You talking to me?
Yeah. I was talking to Mike. Well, we know Bay already being followed, man. We
Who?
already know Bay being followed. Bit of truth.
Oh,
We already know Bit of truth being followed. He talks too much truth.
Nah,
They
man.
like-
Anybody,
they like-
They can leave me alone.
They all be
anybody.
hanging out. Y'all be hanging out with DGS all the time too. It's like a million times worse. With his 202 calls, getting the stream shut down, Wi-Fi be lagging randomly, Wi-Fi be turning off.
I know they've been
Thanks to
hitting
DGS.
Jason Black really hard lately.
Oh yeah, I be turning his Wi-Fi off
Yeah.
so they can shut the stream.
Oh,
off.
yeah.
I thought it was. I don't think he was ever front, but when people say they're shadow banned, like I know it's real, but to see it in real time, that was a whole different type of feeling. I was like, holy shit, they are really stopping this man's stream.
Oh yeah, they shadow banned my Facebook account. They didn't shadow ban my Instagram. They definitely shadow banned my Facebook. I know they shadow banned my YouTube account back when I was doing the talking about racism heavy. Twitter not so much because I don't normally fuck around on Twitter.
Twitter's the last bastion at the moment.
Yeah, ain't nothing on Twitter but a bunch of angry.
Yeah,
fuck.
they got Donald Trump on there. I don't know about all that.
Right. I mean, it's angry people on Twitter. It's a waste of it's just brain fart. Just
You can
people
still
brain
get
farting.
exposed.
Twitter is angry people and porn.
Definitely
That nigga
porn.
said porn.
Sir Faulkner, what's the rules for your stream? Do we name drop or no?
I
You
don't
get
care.
to masturbate if you go
Okay.
live on cam though.
Oh Lord.
Harry's ass nigga.
Well, I will
You
say
get the
this.
name drop.
I just work here. I mean,
Can we name drop politicians as well? Like female ones that are currently allegedly married to Bill Clinton. Allegedly.
I mean, I meant more so in the realm of YouTube spaces because I know the algorithm can pick up on certain words.
well,
Yeah,
if
I
you
don't
really
care.
want to if you really want to talk about name dropping, I put it to you like this: a lot of people are starting to get exposed for being fraudulent, and I don't want no parts of that. I'm gonna let everybody else have that smoke,
Who?
But
Who?
in the manosphere. But
Who? Go on ahead. He said he don't care. What are you talking
He
about?
said he doesn't. He said he didn't want to do that.
Oh,
But if you've been paying attention, you've got people going after Rollo Tomasi, Donovan Sharp, of course, Snake and Fake. I can't believe black men actually
Snake and
still
fake.
listen to those two fucking losers.
Snake and
Well, you
fake.
know, losing thing with same seek same. That's all I can say.
Whoever won game, whoever
Well,
won.
Same seek same. Same seek same. Because ain't nothing being taught over there except how to be
A
a
frat
piece of
boy.
shit asshole. Yeah, fucking dumbass, black woman hating, lying ass, scumbag, simp ass, bitch ass nigga. That's what's being taught over there.
I'm
well,
detecting a lot of aggression.
to be honest with you, Bitter Truth, I think YouTube is
Oh, I'm dead.
2021. You know, it's last year. You know, right now we're moving into the metaverse in a way that most of these content creators aren't going to be able to keep up with.
You on that quantum computing shit?
I beg your pardon?
You talking about that quantum computing?
No, we're talking about the metaverse. Metaverse. Facebook
Yeah,
changed their name to Meta, right? And so the metaverse is the next thing that's about to emerge this year. And so a lot of content
is that new technology or is that just
yes,
new
so
like
whole
quantum?
technology,
Yes.
whole new platform.
All right, so explain it to those of us who are too stupid to know what you're talking about.
Mike, you want to explain React, or you want me to chime in?
Oh, go right ahead if you know better than me.
So, you know of Swift, Java, C++, all these different programming languages, right?
All right.
So now React is definitely I guess the equivalent would be the Swift for iOS, and React is for Meta. So that's the next play. Once they get that rolling and that language gets out there, and since Facebook is pretty much the world's largest telephone at this point, aside from YouTube, a lot of content and a lot of influencers and everything of that ilk is going to follow suit.
So what does that
I
mean?
think you're, yeah, to Bitter Truth's point, I think GRD might be speaking up above his head, but metaverse is a whole different social media paradigm. And
I was
so-
talking about the programming language that's going to use to build it if you want to get
So
involved
what
with
does
it.
it mean?
Yeah, but we're talking about VR headsets. We're talking about
Oh, you mean like Oculus?
yeah,
So what does
virtual
it mean?
reality.
Oh,
So we're
my
talking
bad.
about
Listen to
lifting.
this nerd fucking masturbation talk.
Yeah,
What does it
we're talking
mean?
about lifting.
Layman.
Oh, I
So-
thought you was talking about the infrastructure about it and how to get in on the cash flow of that. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, we're talking
We'll
about
get to that, but just tell me what the fuck it means. Why am
Yeah,
I keep
it's
asking? Why
basically-
am I repeating myself?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it. We're talking about lifting social media from its basic two-dimensional paradigm to a 3 and 4-dimensional paradigm through virtual reality.
You ever seen Ready Player One?
So what you're saying
Yeah.
is we're gonna have to
It's
buy
that.
headsets and all of that shit if we want to get plugged into the metaverse.
Absolutely.
That's
All
going to
right,
be the
so-
next frontier.
So how does that help a content creator and making money? How does that help?
Because it's the Wild West right now, and if you can understand how to program it, and well, not program it, but if you can understand how to create your content within that framework, then you have a jump of the gun. Just like people who started doing YouTube reviews of video games and technology before people would actually go to their local cellular providers. But now you can watch like MKHD or Juan Bagnell and get reviews on your phones. Well, if you flip that to the metaverse, let's say Charles Parkin's going to teach you how to line up a scope. He can do it virtually. He doesn't have to really be there. But if
It's
he
a whole-
brings out,
Okay, so
There's a lot of feedback.
how does one get paid from that? Do you have to?
It's from Charles.
you create a subscription model based upon
Yeah,
whatever it is that you want to do.
Subscription service and whatnot.
Of course.
Okay.
A
I mean, the
membership
principles
plan.
of money is going to be the same. I mean, it'll probably be dealing more with virtual tokens, because everyone's trying to push crypto. But it would be the same concept of anything else. Just like YouTube has their super chats, they'll call it whatever it is going to be in the metaverse or whatever you deem it to be called. Because right now it's the Wild West. There is no standard. You can go in there and Bitter Truth. You say, okay, well, we got bitter coins. Okay, only way you can use bitter coins is if you convert your USD or wherever your currency is to bitter coins inside the metaverse, so you can join this lobby so we can put you up on game on what's going on or teach or whatever it is that is your forte. Right now, it's literally an open field. And the programming language. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Magic Johnson is heavily invested into this type of stuff. There's a lot of people who have already kind of accelerated the big fish You know, the whales,
Mhm.
they've already gotten their way in. But I'm saying in this sector,
Oh yeah.
YouTube is that's a dead platform. It'll be a dead
Okay,
platform.
so all right, so keep in mind, I'm asking you this as a person that's a CEO of a company.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sure.
excuse me for being short with you because I like the bottom line things, hence the name. So how does one uh get in on the ground floor as far as buying stocks or whatever into this company? I mean, who's selling the merchandise? Like who's going to be supplying the VR headsets, all of this shit. These are some of the things I want to
Ocu-
know so that way.
Okay. So I can give you a bulletin that would be quicker. So hardware wise, you need
Hold
to
on,
look.
let me get a pen.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
So right now they're on what's called an Oculus Quest 2. All right.
Oculus Quest 2. Okay.
Yes, created by Facebook Technologies, which is a division of Meta Platforms.
Okay.
So with that being said, the um let's see, I guess
Who
the
sells
term
the
for you would
Oculus
be,
again?
say again, sir?
Who sells the Oculus 2 headset?
Oh, any retailer, Target,
No, I mean, like, who's the manufacturer?
Facebook.
Facebook Technologies.
So basically, you would have to buy stock in Facebook.
Not necessarily,
No,
because
the
there's going to be
developer is
other.
called
It's-
Facebook Technologies. That's for Oculus only. It's
Okay, so
from
you need
them.
to
They
buy
have their
stock
own
in Facebook
R&D.
Technologies.
Yes.
Everybody's going to have. Every company's going to have their own VR headset. It's just a matter
Yes.
of time. Because I think Apple is working on theirs. That's the big secret right now. And
And
if you look at
Sony
that,
just
if you
announced
look at
theirs
this,
at CES.
yeah, if you
They're
look at this,
go ahead.
yeah, if you look at the spat between Apple and Facebook, Apple is giving big incentives to their employees not to go over there because Mark Zuckerberg is basically picking off his, the Apple employees to come over to Meta, and
Because he
so,
wants his shit to be tight.
huh?
Because he wants his shit to be tight.
Well, they're jumping ship anyways, right? So they're leaving anyways, and the thing is, you don't want your talent, you don't want a brain drain inside your organization, and so that's what Apple is fearing because Apple is a hardware company first. They're not a social media company. They're a hardware company, and so Facebook kind of does both. They're social media and hardware, and so they only need the talent to build the hardware. But after that, if Apple's, and what I'm saying is Apple is going to be a major player in this as well if they can get their stuff off the ground. But they're playing catch up to everybody else. That's why
Apple, do they have a subdivision that are creating these little eye?
No, it's all
no.
in-house. They do
It's all-
everything
It's
in-house.
all in-house. Yeah, if you look at the big deal that happened this morning, Microsoft buying Activision, that's what that's about too.
Damn, that was a huge merger.
Yeah, if you got stock in Microsoft,
You went up.
man, listen.
Or
Yeah.
Activision.
Well, Activision
I thought they
is
were
currently
privately
under
held.
some fire. That's why they probably sold it at a loss because of all the sexual harassment stuff that's going on. But
Sexual harassment. Who the hell is
well, their CEO Bobby Kotick has been up to no good, starting
trying to
trouble
fuck
in
the
his
little
neighborhood.
greasy fat boys in the office?
Let's just say it's a lot of gamer
Cheeto
stuff.
dust on your fingertips, little Johnny.
Yeah, so
Well,
bit of truth
yeah.
to further answer your question, those are going to be the major players. Meta, Microsoft, you'll probably
Apple.
see Google, Google, Apple. You'll see
Sony.
a lot of those major the top 10 Silicon Valley companies will be the major players in Meta, and everybody else would just be supply chain dependent. Basically, Cisco upgrading all their routers and switchers. You'll have AMD, who scored a big deal with Amazon and Facebook, for processing power. Nvidia is going to be a major player in all of this. So you look at your supply chain technologies. Those are going to be the major players, and those are if you're talking about investing in stock, those are going to be the guys that you want to look at.
Qualcomm.
So, wait, slow down. So say those? You said it was 5 of them, right? You got Apple, you got
You got
Facebook
10.
Technologies.
Well, those are the companies, but if you want the supply chain, like how Sir Mike was saying, you got to look at like Nvidia, Qualcomm.
And
Uh,
wait, Nvidia, INV.
no, November Victor.
Oh, and NV,
Yeah, it's spelled weird. It's not like Nvidia. It's like literally the letter N and then VIDA.
VIDA. Okay. Who else? Nvidia,
Qualcomm.
Qualcomm. Okay. I'm familiar with them. Qualcomm. Who else?
AMD.
Yeah, AMD, which
A
is strange.
Apple, Mary, David.
Yes,
Okay, AMD. All right, who else?
Sir Mike had more. Those are just the
Oh,
ones that are on
Intel.
top of my head.
Intel.
Because I'm looking at the Meta platforms, and I see, of course, they got the one for the Facebook that's going at $3.19 a share. And man, this I'm looking at the 5-year projection.
Keep in mind that might be an artificial short because of the chip shortage. So
Right.
there's no telling how this is. I think it's the gamma or the row is going to play out in the stock market, because it's right now it's tough because you can't even get a PS5 or an Xbox Series X, let alone like a TI. I think the latest one's 5180. It's
Yeah, the
it's
supply
bad
chain
right now.
won't. Yeah, supply chain won't loosen up until about 2023, late 2023 at best. And so, to further answer your question, bit of truth, you want to pay attention to Sony as well. I would also pay attention to what do you call it? It's slipping my mind right now. I just had a brain fog.
God damn it.
No, pay attention to the crypto companies as well, because they're going to play a significant role.
Well, I got money on cryptos, but
Mhm.
I'm looking at this Nvidia. It looks like I missed out on getting the shit at $33 a share. It's now $2.50 a share. Damn it.
Yeah. Well, that's just like when GameStop, everyone was short selling it, and then it for like a brief moment in time you can buy it for like $20, and then less than I think maybe 17 hours later it skyrocketed, and that was due to the Reddit just being a dick and just telling people to just sell and pump it, kind of like the Dogecoin situation. It was that same thing.
Qualcomm's going at 173. They're up by 32%. And you say AMD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because while y'all was talking, I was writing shit down, and now I'm looking. Okay, AMD is going at 128 a share. They're up 2%. Shit.
When I recommended AMD to people in the space 2.5 years ago, it was at $4 a share.
Mm-hmm. That's how it happens. You see
exactly how it happens.
You had some foresight, and hopefully you were victorious, sir.
Well, absolutely. I wrote all this down. I'm going to, because I normally don't.
Don't forget about Tesla. Tesla's getting into the game too.
Right. I normally don't deal with stocks and everything until the end of the week. So, all right, let me look at this Tesla. God damn. Oh, Tesla's pretty cheap. It's only $1,000 a share.
For now.
No.
Yeah, for now, yeah.
Yeah, you're paying $1,000 a share, but imagine when people who got in a little bit early, right? They got in at, $40 a share, $50 a share, right? And so Tesla's coming out with their own phone, but Tesla is going to be moving into that area too. There was some discussion about a month or so ago about
you're talking about Starlink?
Autonomous vehicles, and why would anybody need to drive a car if the car is going to be autonomous? What would you be doing in the car? Well, I'll be in the metaverse. That's the conversation that Elon Musk was kind of pointing to, and that's where Qualcomm was talking about level 3, level 4, level 5 autonomy in vehicles. If people are not going to be driving vehicles, in the next 10 years or whenever it comes around, they're planning this stuff out right now.
Maybe Roy. Roy said something in the chat, but
Okay.
the current issue right now is with the orbiting satellites. It's tough to launch a satellite right now because of I think what happened 2 months ago. China destabilized one of their satellites and it blew up mid orbit. So there's a lot of debris floating around. So a lot of shit that was like planned to get pushed out has been pretty much delayed for a little bit till they figure out a way to get past all the debris that's floating out there. Because I don't know if you guys are familiar with the James Webb Telescope that
Have
made
they
it out.
tried a giant net? Maybe a
If it was that
vacuum
simple.
cleaner or something. You know, send the Statue of Liberty out there. She could do a little house cleaning.
It'll cut that thing up like a piece of Swiss cheese. Like that debris is going extremely fast.
Like thousands of, like almost. I'm pretty sure it caps out, but it's going really fast.
Life to leaving the planet. You're risking your life leaving the planet.
I mean, if you really look at it, like just what, maybe 80 years ago, you didn't have to worry about space debris. Like you could just leave.
Now
it's kind of like, yeah. And it could be something just as tiny as a fucking screw. And that thing is going to be like a Mach 2 projectile. So
we've made the fucking planet. The planet is inescapable. Can't get in, can't get out.
Prison planet. Like old boy Alex Jones was talking about, but in a different way.
Yeah, you're trapped here.
I mean, you just got to pick your windows as best as possible. Yeah, just slingshot your ass out there and get into high orbit and break free with no casualties, of course.
A comet, we don't have to worry about a comet striking the Earth. It get chopped to ribbons before it even get to the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's plausible, very, very plausible. But
a comet the size of Texas is coming. Oh, we're saved. Our suffering is over. Just winds up being dust in the air. Another thing to block out the sun.
It's wild.
No,
I read an article.
The sun, Jesus Christ, we got enough of that with big women. I'm sorry, let me stop.
Damn. But there was an article that came out, I think 4 months ago, talking about there's these cats that bought some really sophisticated metal detectors, and they've been going on people's roofs and collecting meteorites and dust and selling that shit for money. Because there's just so much space debris that's just sitting on top of people's roofs, they don't even know it. We live in a shooting gallery, man.
Yeah.
So.
Shoot, I saw something the other day. Like, actually, it was a couple months ago. It looked like something entered the atmosphere and burnt up like a damn comet or something like that. Mm-hmm. And it was so obvious over the woods where I work at. I actually reported it online to the little because you can report space debris that falls or whatever, and you can report it on this website online. And I went ahead and reported it. So it might have been some damn space debris because it was about 2-3 months ago, I believe.
Did it give off a bright green hue, or was it just very bright?
Well, it was like, I know it was fiery for like a few seconds, but I could tell it was like it was fairly close because it was over the woods where I work at, and I saw it briefly. And it was moving fast as hell too, so, you know.
Yeah, Onyx Palms, I saw it. It was a little heavy on the climate change, but I think we bored him to death.
Hello. Where did Charles go? Right. All right, so I got those things written down. So I guess now when Saturday comes, I can go ahead and start diverting a little pocket change.
Good luck. It's coming, so you might.
Yeah, I don't expect anything to pay off for the next 25 years, and that'll be fine. I'll finally probably wind up giving it to somebody else anyway. I'll probably be dead before then, or getting close to that anyway, so it don't matter.
Well, you
What
played
the
the
fuck
game,
am I gonna
sir.
do with $100 million at 75 years old?
Upload your consciousness to the cloud.
You think
Become a
I really want to continue life around the
well. Is it really life at that point? Because you're talking about a rebirth of something else. You get to experience. You will be a organism that was one thing, have the memories of being that thing, and then you get to be something else and live that life.
You know the beauty of life
Um, I can probably think what it is.
is that it's finite.
Yeah, it brings about a sort of beautiful sadness to it.
Yeah, that's the beauty of life, is that it's finite. I don't think I would want my consciousness to live on forever. Because,
I guess it would be worse to choose to leave. It's like, all right, I'm done. I'm just
you have
gonna
to think
unplug.
about it. You have to think about it.
Oh,
Eventually,
welcome back, sir.
start to it's okay. It's just like when you're married. Okay, you get married, you're having great sex, and then eventually it starts to fade, and then you start getting into kink, and and next thing you know, you're dressing up as Superman, hiding in the closet while the mailman's bucking your wife.
I mean, they do
It
that
just
now. You don't have to be
it
married.
gets to a point where you just start doing crazy shit in order to just to feel something, just to get a thrill. Can you imagine your consciousness living on forever on via the fucking internet? Like, do you know the type of psychotic shit you can you can get into?
Well, it wouldn't. We're thinking more in terms of biological organisms. Like I said, you'll be thinking differently with just the memories of a past existence.
Yeah,
So
I hear
the
you.
psychological profile, I don't know
Uh-huh.
if that would be a thing if you're a synthetic organism because you're more logic based and rooted in programming.
Then you're not even alive. You're just a
Well,
computer program.
well,
You're an
now if
artificial intelligence
okay,
with certain set parameters. So if you can't if your consciousness is transferred online, but yet your personality it has been tempered down to where you're just you know you're not even fucking Baron Zoloff. You're just a voice in the machine. You might as well be the fucking Google Maps bitch.
well, I mean
Well,
that's virtual, not so
they
much. Go ahead.
they did just make robots that can replicate themselves, and as well as I'm aware of, they are developing systems where they do learn like a human. So actually, I'm pretty sure they've already developed some. They just haven't released them to the public.
Of
But
course.
it is possible for if you were to create your consciousness to upload it to a frame where it does continue to learn.
Right. But
I think
it's
you're
learning
missing my
as
point
a
here.
new existence. So
I
it's
think you
kind
guys
of
are
a
missing my point here. You're talking about the human mind
mhm.
being mapped, recorded, and then
It's being
displayed
digitized.
on right. It's being digitalized with all of your frailties and everything. If they were to actually do it right, your complete human mind should be copied and personality and all of that shit is now uploaded to the internet, and you can pretty much go anywhere you want to, like your ass is goddamn cyborg.
Well,
Okay.
the question would be why would you want to take the frailties if you know the body is no longer a weak point of your existence?
Well, I'm talking about the frailties of the human mind.
Well, that's if you're going into an artificial construct, you can manipulate that. It's kind of like gene therapy, where you want the best of the best, and you weed out the ones that you don't want.
Hence my point of you might as well be the Google Maps bitch. So if you actually going to upload your consciousness onto the internet, if that is going to be your forever home,
Hmm.
eventually you will start doing shit that you shouldn't be doing simply because of out of boredom. You
I
understand?
don't know. I would say when you have that even becomes a reality, which I know they're striving to, do the whole transhumanist movement thing, then we'll see. But right now, it's just speculation as far as it's not. It's like, oh yeah, that's going to happen because just as my perspective could happen, yours can happen as well, or we both could be wrong. It's just a thing where you have a different existence and you have the possibility of taking your memories with you, but then you get to live another existence as something completely opposite of what you were normally were.
Some Matrix shit.
Well-
If that's the way to, to process it, sure. But it's just more so, okay, well, a dog can't become a human, but we as humans are able to create these artificial entities, whether they're empty vessels or they go, well, I guess a more symbiosis where it's was android is where it's half human, half synthesis, or
It's
whatever the
such a
term
bad
is.
idea. It's such a
It-
bad idea.
It
sounds
can be,
cool,
but
it's
to
such
someone
a
who
bad fucking idea.
to the person who was lame all their life, never able to walk or run, and to be able to experience that wouldn't be a terrible idea. They'll be like, okay, yes, it's not technically my own legs, but I can get the
So
sensation
you
of
get to leave a
running.
teasing lifestyle. You get to
It
tease
could be
yourself online.
Well,
You
it
get
it all
ability
depends on how
to
good the
walk
technology
and
would be.
run.
It all depends on how good the technology be because there are people who are like amputees where they have more sophisticated prosthesis and it still feels like their limb. They know it's not. And even if their brain is tricking them to say, hey, this is your foot, and they can look down and see it's not their actual foot, but the sensation is there. It gives you back some type of normalcy that otherwise would not be granted.
Right. You're talking about the physical thing, but as far as the digital, the virtual reality world and all of that shit, that's just a big cock tease to me.
Well,
You know,
that's
if I'm
technically what you're about to invest into with the whole metaverse. That's the premise.
Oh, I'll have no problem making money off of it. But, if people want to indulge, that's fine. But
Mhm.
as far as wanting to live forever online or whatnot, nah. Because I can't even begin to tell you. I've deleted accounts.
Sure.
Like okay, I'm really thinking about deleting my YouTube channel. I've already hidden the bulk of the videos. I've been online. I've been doing videos for 11 years. The bulk of them are private.
And that is a decision.
Right.
It's
I hear you. I hear you. But people, you gotta look at both sides. You gotta weigh the good and the bad.
Oh, I am. I
And
am. And that's why I brought up the example of someone who was never able to walk and they have an opportunity to at least simulate walking, even if it's not their own legs. It'll make them at least say, hey, I had this existence where I was either bedridden or like the last human that's stuck in the iron lung right now, who's basically on his last leg, no pun intended, or last lung rather. It's like, well, I have a chance to like just get up and walk around. I don't have to just lay here and people spoon feed me. I can have some sort of independency or autonomy. And yes, it's synthesized, but huh?
I'd rather have Dexter's key lime pie.
Okay.
But that's me. I'm a different
Right,
breed. I'm a different type of guy.
and that's fine. And it's like I said, it's you can make the money off of it, and then you also provide someone a experience otherwise not being able to have because we can't go back in time and rebirth you and you still be you and have all the little quirks and things that make you you. But if we have a way to transport you while you're still this conscious version of yourself into a mobile platform,
And relive
why
my
not?
life.
Well, I mean, you don't have to relive the whole life. You can just relive specific experiences. Like let's say there was a group family outing that you really want to go to, but you were stuck in a wheelchair because you were paraplegic. Well, now you can go back and have that memory and kind of recreate this whole world where you were involved and you weren't in a chair.
Yeah, I put it like this. I see the good and I see the bad. Uh, the bad, I'm not even gonna concern myself with because I hope that it's something that I won't be alive to experience. But hopefully, the good actually outweighs the bad. But I can see a whole lot of bad because people are evil, petty, sadistic fucking monsters, and I
They
cannot.
can be, and the inverse is also true. Oh, yeah, I was just about to read his question, Faulkner. I didn't know if you got it, but the human brain has been mapped out for the most part. Now, the potential of that person with a high intellect is unknown, but it's. I don't think our brains are going to get any bigger than they are now.
That's why they're developing Human 2.0.
Yeah, but this I think you called it 1.0, didn't you?
No, somebody did probably.
I
But Human
thought it was you.
2.0, Human 2.0. I'm just the guy that says, "Get me hooked up to my super soldier serum." That's all I want. Give me my super soldier serum and my nanobots. That's all I'm
So
asking.
you don't want the
And his
Neuralink?
hot sauce. Don't forget his hot sauce.
And my hot sauce because I got to put that in the condoms.
Right.
I thought that was just a standard thing that all military men did. I didn't think that was a hidden.
Well, that's only when they're in the
Understanding.
barracks, but not when they're out in the streets. They don't wear condoms in the streets.
I don't. So you got to
Where you
speak for
think
yourself
all
on that
these
one.
babies come from?
Well, it explains a
Them
lot from my side then.
Bruce Lee babies.
Call them babies Hill Street Blues. I'm like, God damn.
So, Sir Faulkner, you will get the Neuralink then? I mean, that'll be your 1.5 upgrade.
That pretty much, but just give me the nanobots and the super soldier serum that you made from CRISPR. Give me all that good shit. I know.
That'll be 1.5 million, sir.
I got that in the back of my Christmas jacket. Like, oh shit! So this is how it feels to run at 60 miles per hour. You know, to lift a fucking sedan and shit. Wait a minute. We even retard the aging process? Hey,
I thought you just need a can of Red Balls from Dave Chappelle's skit to lift a bus.
Oh yeah. Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
You know what I just thought about? What if like heaven and hell was real? And of course, the concept of hell is that you have to relive your sins over and over again until you get it right. So you mess around there and you buy this Oculus thing and you relive all of the painful, most embarrassing, horrible moments of your life, and you get it right. Because in the moment when you're young, you're stupid. You don't know how to react. But now that you're older, you have wisdom. You can go back and be like, damn, like I wish I could go back and do this over. So in the Oculus thing, you go back and do it over. So therefore, you've alleviated yourself of all guilt. So you die and you go to heaven, and God's sitting up there just looking at you, you and a whole bunch of other people who have just popped up. Heaven's facing overcrowding because you motherfuckers done bought Oculuses.
That's a very dark, weird, warped way to look at it. But I guess the what was it, Jehovah's Witnesses that said it's like only 44,000 seats. So it's like, hey man, we're at the fire marshal's going to be on my ass about this now. You can't have this many people.
Right, you do some nice little jokes with that. I'm like, hold on, like nigga, there's billions of people on this planet.
Salutations, Ricky Manor.
Only 44,000.
What's good?
So you mean to tell me 44,000 babies are the only ones that are allowed in heaven? Because I mean, what baby is going to hell?
Well, if that's the case, if you go based on the comedic sciences, every time you busted a nut, you killed a whole bunch of kids. So I don't know, man.
Not if she eats them.
Hey, they still got to swim somewhere, so they just went down the wrong black hole.
You're a stillborn baby. You going to hell? You just got aborted. You going to hell? What the fuck?
I mean, hey, semen is just boneless babies. That's all.
Man.
Well, they end up on my washcloth, so.
Well.
That's
But,
a couple of million other people.
yeah. No, but that's the interesting part about this whole thing that's going to happen when it kicks off. Hopefully, we're all alive just to see it. That'll be cool. But as far as Sir Manor, we were talking about basically digitizing your life to extend beyond your biological vessel.
So y'all been watching what's that shit that comes on what is it? Amazon Prime?
Altered Carbon.
Altered Carbon
Yeah.
on Netflix.
What's that about?
I've never seen it, but I heard of it.
Basically, what you're talking about.
This one on
that
Amazon
didn't-
Prime
And
too.
here's the freaky part: you can transfer your consciousness into another body. And the first season, he was an Asian man, transferred his conscious into a white guy, and then he died, so his consciousness got transferred into fucking Anthony Mackie.
This is what I don't want to
Shocking.
come back as. I don't want to come back as a black woman, and I don't want to come back as anything other than a black man. I don't want to come back as anybody but a black man. I don't want to come back as a black woman. That'll be a curse,
Aw.
man.
That's so cute that you talk like you have a choice.
What? You don't have a choice?
No, you get no choice. It's
No, if you're talking about reincarnation,
like Quantum Leap.
It's based on karma. If you're talking about just regular old reincarnation,
Oh,
Right.
man.
You ever see
If it's
Quantum
the
Leap?
if it's the quantum leap thing, you fucked. Like,
Yeah,
God
you fucked.
damn.
Remember he came back as the rape victim?
Oh,
Can
man.
you imagine?
Yeah, he beat that dude's ass at the end, though. I like that. It
Can you imagine coming back as a black woman though?
wouldn't bother me. Shit,
It
I'm a
would
black
bother
man.
me.
I just wouldn't act like a typical black chick.
But you wouldn't know better though.
If I got my own consciousness, yeah, I would know better.
You wouldn't know better.
right?
You,
So
you'd
that
be like, why
it all
am I
depends on the
so-
rules of engagement at that point.
Exactly.
I had to ask this question. Would straight or gay even be a thing anymore if you could do that shit?
No,
Oh, if I came back as a woman? If
No,
I
I
came
meant
back-
like just overall. Would that even be something else?
Oh, that's
You're not even talking about reincarnation. You're talking about modern day.
Yeah.
I'd be a lesbian. More than
aren't you
likely.
one now?
Yeah, I'm a lesbian in a man's body, but I identify as a straight man though.
Jesus.
Those are my pronouns. He, him. Jesus
No,
Christ.
that's what
Well,
they used to
Sir
tell me,
Faulkner,
like,
if you weren't going to get canceled, you got us all canceled tonight, sir.
oh,
I'll
shit,
put it to you
I-
like
I
this.
think this is actually quite tame for me.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. If I'm gonna have some pronouns, or some nouns to refer to me as that nigga, that's what you should call me, that nigga,
That nigga.
that nigga.
It's like this. If you could come back, I mean, if you could do this whole Oculus thing or whatever, you come back with your same consciousness, then I mean, if you come back as a woman, of course you're gonna be, a gay woman. I doubt very highly you're gonna be tiptoeing around the corner and wondering what sucking a dick feel like for a woman. So I mean, it is what it is. Personally, I would. Ooh, Lord, don't make me come back as a cute 18-year-old chick, because I will be pimping these hoes left and right. Because I'll tell you, the best pimps are women.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be. Oh, don't let it be in the modern era too. Oh my God.
So you're going to be like the Mrs. Saigons over there in Korea, where she runs the household, huh?
Well, I mean, yeah.
A madame.
It'd be
Yeah, a
OnlyFans
madame.
pages. I had the fucking 24-hour cams going, in the house. I make sure we get us a nice little manor, Everybody know, hey, you got cams in here. We all get paid at the end of the month. We divvy up the money.
Well, back in the day when I done something that I can't mention on YouTube, but I was hanging around my white friends too long, and we decided to do something that altered our minds. I lived a whole lifetime as somebody else, and within a matter of 5 minutes.
That sounds like those 3-letter words.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm sitting up here like, wait a minute, and I'm like, and I'm thinking to myself, and I'm looking around at my friends, I'm like, I was just in a whole nother life. It was like, oh, that happens, man. What did? And I sat down and described my life from beginning to end.
He's taking Roy off the grid, man. He doesn't have Social Security number.
Well,
Now, it'd be real fucked up. What if you had a boring ass life? And
I
motherfuckers be
did
like,
live a
"So
boring
what?"
life. I worked at a
just think-
freaking textile mill.
no. Are you doing a bit, sir? I think I know this bit. Are you doing the bit?
No, I worked
The
at
Blitz and Chips bit.
No, I did. I worked at a textile mill. I had my name was Randy. My wife's name was Darla. I could tell you exactly where this trailer was. We lived there. It was like,
Oh, no.
everything was like in this dream. There was a black dude that I smoked with. I was a white guy. And the black dude, we called him brother. That was his name, brother, And when I came out of that, I'm looking around like, what the fuck? Like, did I cross conscious with somebody or something? But I lived like from beginning to end. And it was just like, what the hell? Like, me and Darla, we grew old together. We took our money out of 401k, built us a big house. And, I was sitting out on the front porch with a glass of lemonade and I went to sleep and never woke up. And I came back as me.
Yeah, there's something in South America you might want to try, if that's the case.
The stuff that starts with A and ends with U?
You got it.
Oh, yeah, I did that before, too.
Oh, yeah.
That was fun.
You talking about living multiple lifetimes and seeing ancestors. Oh, man.
As a matter of fact, that's how I communicated with my ancestors, man. I sat there on the strip of New Orleans on Bourbon Street talking to my ancestors.
Oh, y'all
There's
talking about that Dracula blood.
Is that a nickname for it now?
That's what I'm giving it.
I mean,
But that was fun though, because
there's a reason why there's an ancestral realm. Like it's there for a reason.
The crazy part about it was I was going through some troubles and troubles that I didn't think I could get out of, and sat back and talked with the ancestors. It was like, no worries, we got you. And I'm like, what? So here I am, like, years later. This was 2016, and here it was. Here we are in 2022, and I'm all right. Like, shit, like, we got you. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you came to talk to us.
The human existence it's an interesting one. I mean, going to digital would be, again, its own trials and tribulations, but the fact that we have intuition and ESP at times, or I don't know if anyone's ever had astral projection, moments without habituates.
I've done that in meditation.
It's a surreal thing. It's like this existence has a whole lot more pathways than what's already been shown and what hasn't been shown, actually.
What if we're living in a digital life now and technology is just now catching up with us?
That's that simulation theory. They were talking about that, I think, 7 months ago. And they were saying they were all living in a simulation.
We'd have to be. And technology is just not catching up with us. Because, if you think about it, look at the things that you can manifest in your life. When you wake up in the morning and you say, I have a goal, right? And my goal was I wanted a sports car in 2 years. And I already knew what the sports car looked like and all that good stuff. Here it is 2 years later, I got the sports car. You see what I'm saying? And
yes.
It still seems like it's not real, because it was just like I woke up one day and said, this is what I want to do with, this is my goal here. And I want to be able to have the disposable income to afford a certain car. I got a Camaro. I was like, I want this Camaro. I want a convertible. I want something that I could drive around the pretty ladies with. Even though I'm married, I still drive pretty ladies around in my car. And it's like, it just feels great, but at the same time, it's hard to believe that I manifested it. But, deep down, I know that I could do it. So we manifest our realities, and I think the church is our biggest setback. As
it is now.
It always has been.
But through constraint, you can find liberation.
Well, you think about it like this. They tell you anything that you talk about outside of that King James Bible is witchcraft, right?
Yes.
So they want you to suppress your your inner being. Because see, the thing is, you got to find the God within. You see what I'm saying? People are always looking for that God without. And when you're looking for that God without, you're looking for a God without answers. You're looking for a God without compassion. You're looking for a God without reason. When you're looking within, you're finding a God with all those things. And I'm not saying that, you are that we're gods. I think that we are all a part of a collective consciousness that we call
maybe
God.
demigods. Maybe demigods, because if you're going based upon the Judeo-Christian belief system, or the three big dogmatic ones on the planet, we're made in the image of the Creator, and the Creator breathed life into us, and yet we have master and dominion over certain things on this planet. So I would say we're closer to demigods because we can create and we can destroy.
Oh, yay and nay, because you got to think about it like this. This is going to go to the whole Elohim thing, okay?
Oh,
the Elohim
yes.
says, "Let us make man in our image." So they didn't say that they made man; they said, "Let us make man in our image."
Mm-hmm.
So to make you, if I was going to make you in my image, that means I'm going to, dress you up like me. I'm going to teach you my ways. You see what I'm saying? I don't make you. I didn't conceive you. Your mom and dad conceived you. I just made you who I wanted you to be for me. You see what I'm saying? So I think that, if people sat down and they took the Bible and they translated it from the original script, then they'd realize that we've been sitting here this whole time being duped. I mean, think about it like this. A lot of white people know the truth about the Bible. That's why they only sit in church for 45 minutes to an hour. We sitting in there for 4 hours every damn Sunday trying to figure out something, thinking we're going to learn something new from old shit, from a preacher that probably knows the truth that he's not going to tell you.
Well, you got to get them 4 hat pass arounds,
Oh, collection plate time.
Yeah,
but most of the religions stem from Africa. Some of them just been perverted and corrupted.
Well, everything comes from Africa, but you got to think about it like this. Why would you sit back in a church building and ask for liberation from the same people that taught you this religion?
It's a starting point for most people.
Yeah, so we should be benefiting equally from it. I want the white man's country. I want the things the white man, benefits in life. And I don't want to sit in for 4 hours in church because that white man's sitting there for 45 minutes. He's getting ready to go out and enjoy the world that he owns. You know what I'm saying? We're sitting up there in church asking for crumbs off the table.
Maybe it's certain churches, but it's the whole dogma thing. If you weren't told this probably at a youthful age growing up, and you weren't dragged along and indoctrinated, you would just be I don't want to say feral, but just a normal human. You would have no point of reference of the deity creator or any type of thematic schemes.
Wow,
but most of us were brought into the church.
Free?
Huh?
Can you imagine being born free?
I can sometimes.
That would be such a fantastic thing.
What's that?
Being born free.
Basically, you weren't indoctrinated anything. You were just, okay, you came, you were birthed, and now you're alive. You passed your infantile stage, and now you're able to take care of yourself. But there's no predispositions towards how you should look at life.
There's no sky daddy.
I mean,
on you, watching you masturbate and take a poop and have sex.
No, your ISP is doing that now. That's your sky daddy.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, fellas, I'm about to go lay it down. I'm about to put my Buffy on and go to sleep.
Thanks for joining us. And my laundry's almost done, so I won't be long for
That's
stream
funny.
either.
I'm doing laundry as well. I'm doing my women's work.
I told Pookie, I said Wednesdays are the best day to do laundry. It's the middle of the week, and then you go to your weekend. You got nothing to worry about, and you got clothes to wear, man.
Wait a minute, is that my man from Color Purple?
It sure is. Yeah, it sure is. Yeah.
When he's asking Katy Perry to.
Yeah, hey, this is Gen Z too.
Yeah. You Gen Z, you know about the Color Purple?
Had to bring that back. It's a show on something.
Boy, that movie had me hating that motherfucker, man. I had
Yeah,
to
they
watch
sure
Lethal
do.
Weapon. I had to go watch.
See you
Lethal
later, Bitter
Weapon.
Truth.
y'all had me. That movie had me like that son of a bitch.
Yeah,
The movie did its job then.
It's my profile pic from my channel too. It's on my channels. My reading channel. I got
Yeah.
a fitness channel, and I'm gonna be starting a reacting channel to the structure just in general, the banking structure, and to be reacting to a lot of YouTube videos, informative videos that I found online with a lot of information on the banking structure and just the elites in general and just the whole system.
Oh, then may I interest you in a book called Modern Money Mechanics? It's a very short read, not even 40 minutes.
Okay,
I
I'm
got
gonna add it
something-
to the structure. Yeah, I'll put it right after Debt the First 5,000 Years by Graeber.
Check this.
Very well.
Check this movie out here. It's called. If you want to talk about the banking structure, check that movie out. My friend produced that, Ben Stewart, called Chematica. It's on YouTube, and man, you'll be like, "Whoa, okay." And it's probably stuff you already know anyway, though.
It doesn't hurt to get a refresher every now and then.
Oh yeah, this guy, man. I listened to this. Well, the first time I watched this movie, I went to sleep to it because his voice is just like this, and it's very soothing. But he just talks, very calm and whatnot.
Yeah, it's like scary though. Like, the dude's talking so calm about it. It's like this documentary that I watched, because the white people, they know about the Bible and stuff, so they have these documentaries about that, who wrote the Bible and all that, and how they use it to shape the masses and shape the sheep. And it was like this other documentary that I watched. Like, this dude was talking for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, just so calm about saying that Shakespeare wrote the Bible and that, this is a lie. And the U.S. government does this to corral the people against fertility. It was a whole bunch of, it's just crazy.
There's probably that same movie there, because this guy is just so calm. But I met him before, and he was with us down in New Orleans.
You met the narrator?
That's the only reason I didn't flip my shit, because he was just so calm. When I felt like my trip was going like south, he was like, "Just remember, you're here. You're with us." And,
Sir Ricky, I
Yes,
typed
sir.
in Chematica. It's an album. Unless I got the wrong one. It says Chematica Mystic Union 2017.
Go to full movie. Go to full movie. You got to go to videos and then go to full movie. Sentient Mind.
Sentient Mind.
It's
Okay,
like-
let me try it again.
It's like
Okay, it's on YouTube. Let me see if I can put the link in here.
It's
Yeah,
like
because I typed it in how you spelled it.
here. I'll put it in the back. Here it is. Here, and then you can check that. I'm pretty sure it's that though. I'm looking at it right now. They burning like a Nazi flag on here. Yeah, this is it. This has to be it.
Okay. Yeah, this is definitely different, because when I pulled up the other one, it said it was a full album. I was like, oh, okay. It had
Yeah,
the
this is
graphics
it.
going, and I was like, all right, I'm digging the graphics. And then it was the same still art for like the first 5 minutes. I was like, oh, maybe something's wrong with my phone.
Yeah, that's it right there. That movie is the truth. You'll be sitting here like, what? And he got another movie called Esoteric Agenda. And
I've actually seen that one.
Yes. And we were, when me and him were talking, because I'm a Freemason, I was like, man, you talk a lot of shit about the Freemasons. He says, well, at the level you are, you wouldn't know what's going on. He says, it's kind of like if I walk into Walmart, I wouldn't expect the cashier to know exactly what's going on in the boardrooms. I was like, huh?
Same principle. Same principle.
Yeah. But see, he's into a lot of good stuff. But meeting him, I met my doctor through him. And she lives in Australia. And it was funny as hell, because when I first met her, through him, she was just like, asking me all these questions of how did I get into like the truth, seeking the truth and whatnot. And we sat around and traded a whole bunch of ideas. And then she was like, yeah, you might want to try this thing here that I can't mention on my man's channel. I ain't trying to get him flagged. And we were just like, at first I'm looking and I'm seeing like tracers. I'm like, doing all this, like, what the
Oh
fuck?
yeah, you taking the truth serum.
Yeah, she was like, just like, calm down. She was all like, how do we react in public with this stuff? She was like, you just reacted. We walking down Bourbon Street, listening to the music. It felt like the music was like moving through us and shit, man. And I was just like, but it was like for an hour or so that I felt okay, that we were all one unit. You see what I'm saying? Even like strangers, I didn't even feel threatened by strangers because it was kind of like we were trading energy, and they saw me and I saw them for who they really were. So weird shit, man. But yeah, you got it. But he's on point, man. I tell you, he's just one cool motherfucker. Like,
yep, you can't understand all truths in one lifetime, but you can try to get enough of it.
Right. See, I think that when our bodies transition, we go back to the collective consciousness and we get dispersed out to however they want, it wants us to.
Oh, you're talking about the big electron, as George Carlin said?
Yes.
Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa. We go back to it and then we come back out and we, I don't think we lose anything that we have here. You see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, if I left this world right now, then I think that I carry my consciousness with me. It'll just be an elevated conscious.
I always thought we turned into like we're like one with nature, like to the point like if I died, like I could become like the street, like the dirtiest part of the street, or like a tree or something. Like I could just be incarnated as a tree.
There is a dogma
like
that has that kind of thought processes where, depending on it's based on the karmic cycles, where it's like, all right, depending on how much good karma you displaced, you either come back as something better than what you were or a roach.
I'll come back as Donald Trump.
Yeah. That's a lot of money.
Wait, before presidency or post?
All of it. All of it. I want to be here for all of that.
You want all the smoke.
I want all the smoke. I mean, I met him before. He's not a bad guy. And, the thing is, I think that what America had gotten was a big brainwashing. And what we're not talking about either are the algorithms that came out in the summer of 2020. A lot of these people that you were talking to online, you was talking to straight up AI.
Oh, yeah, the bot game.
Yeah. Candace Owens is not as popular as people think she is. Officer Tatum is not as popular as people think that he is.
Bots, they both conservatives bolster up their numbers with bots and stuff.
Well, they're not really conservatives, though. That's the thing. People like look at them and be like, yeah, they're conservative. They talk conservative shit. But I mean, okay, if I'm saying I want to get you elected as president, right? And I say that I'm representing the black community and I'm doing community outreach, why the hell am I out there pissing off the black community?
Maybe that's the Dr. Dre approach. Give them the poison.
No.
And make them listen.
No, they was given intellectually dishonest information. And with me, if I'm going to do outreach, I'm going to be out there trying to be around the people. I'm not going to sit in front of a room full of white people talking about black people.
Because it can't be that can't be their mission. Because if that was their mission, then that goes against the whole structure of this whole thing. So they can't be getting paid for that.
No, they were there to cause division because Candace works for Dennis Prager. Prager works for Big Oil. Big Oil, Trump was getting in their pockets. So they had to get Trump out of there because, they was getting in big oil pockets. Trump was we're gonna
breaking it up, yeah.
Yeah, so they had to get Trump out of there. Like, he's got to go, So that's the reason that I peeped their game, and then when you try to tell they're following this, they're going to come at you because the one thing that they do is their following is emotional. Their following really don't like black people. So when you tell their following about black, about what they're trying to do, oh, you're just black and you're upset and you're jealous at their success. Success at what? Sitting on a microphone talking trash about people that look like me?
Yeah.
What are you successful at?
What you think about that big oil thing, like Exxon and all that? What you think about that? What you think about Mr. Manor? What you think about that? Because that's very interesting to me. Yeah, because I've been watching a lot of videos. Like last night, I was up to like 4 a.m. watching different these conspiracies these oil companies have, especially when they go over and deal with more international, more liberal and loose legislation from different countries. I mean, they embezzle money, they have leakages, they're toxic on the community, just a whole bunch of different stuff from the 70s and 80s. I was
But it
watching
keeps them rich.
Exxon. Huh?
It keeps them rich. That's the only reason that they care about it. I mean, if you think about it like this, you can power the world with magnets. You don't even
the
need,
Goss
you don't even need
Initiative.
power lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't even need power lines. Like right now, if you left it up to me, I could show you. I could pretty much give you the blueprint. The interstate in itself can be a power plant. The interstate, with the friction of the cars that are on the interstate right now, could be a turbine. You don't need to put nuclear energy into a turbine to power a city.
Well, there's no cost benefit for it. There's no to capitalize on something that's widely available goes against the principles of capitalism.
Exactly.
Just like they killed the man in the desert who was able to build a car that ran on not 1 gallon, but it was not too much, but enough water, and he went 100 miles per that gallon.
We're gonna have to change the system anyway, so it's worth a shot. I mean, if you could do it and it could alleviate some of the cost and some of the I guess the stuff that gets at our tribalism by nature, then that way we can start to get rid of and start to stifle more of the darker half of our nature.
Definitely easier said than done, because you're also talking about taking away infrastructure that people use for a livelihood.
And if you were to invent, let's say, for instance, if I was to show you how to use magnets to power a city grid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I could show you. But the real reason why I'm not moving forward with that is because there's two things that's going to happen to me personally. Ricky Manor, we'll give you $4 billion for that invention. And I'll say, fuck you. I want to change the world to a better place. And you know what they're going to say? Fuck you, Mr. Manor. I disappear. Or you may hear a news story where I came home and went crazy and just like, did some
suicide.
Yeah.
But
which
it
I
ain't
really
suicide.
didn't. But, if they're willing to give me $4 billion for it, what's my life worth to them? You see what I'm saying? Nikola Tesla had all of this, and he died broke.
Yeah, he did have I don't know if it was patents, but he had the layout to charge things from across the room to cause free energy throughout a certain radii.
And they're giving that to a great inventor, but he was not the greatest businessman.
Nope.
Right. And they do it sparingly, like with this phone. I could put this phone on a charger, and I could charge this phone wirelessly.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just like the Baghdad battery. So from back in, I don't know if it's Mesopotamia, but it was somewhere in that region where all they had was citric acid, some copper rods, and some clay. And then next thing you know, they had a portable lantern.
Have any of you guys been... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to add that in Kenya, I think they developed a soccer ball that they can kick around. And on the inside, there's like USB ports and stuff that they can feed off that kinetic energy, like power lights and stuff. And just general appliances they can feed off that soccer ball just from kicking it around during the day.
Oh, kinetic energy. Well, you got Seiko watches that do that. They just use kinetic coils that spin about freely, and then depending on the material inside, it just keeps a certain level of charge going.
Have any of you guys been in the military before?
Yes.
Okay, so you know the MREs, how you heat your food up with the MREs?
Yes, the chemical reaction with I don't know if it's phosphorus, but it's definitely something potent in there.
Yeah. So you could, if you were in the Marine Corps, they'd teach you how to make a bomb with it. You see what I'm saying? So if we could do that with an MRE, imagine what you could do with that kind of, if you could build that kind of cell within a car. We don't even need internal combustion anymore. See, they're using gold, well, not gold, but oil is the new gold standard. And even though it's destroying our planet as we drill for it, the politicians are going to be like, we're going to keep on doing this because this is what's giving us power.
Shatter, excuse me, Sir Manor, Shatter said a comment to kind of piggyback on what you talked about. He's the one that was speaking about his prototype, and I don't know why he's mentioning it again. He was saying he wasn't, but he says, I have free energy prototypes already in development. The government and corporation have free energy already. They will never get it to us because it's free. You have to make it yourself.
Huh.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to explain the man's invention, but it sounded very plausible and it sounded like it could work the way he was starting to explain it, but then he cut himself off because of,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He didn't want to give out the full beans, and everyone was kind of telling him, ease up, don't say what it is exactly on air. But yeah, just like the man that got suicided, air quotes, when he made that engine out of water, or not out of water, to function off of water.
Yeah.
Tesla, same thing. A lot of inventors are just purged or deleted.
Have you ever seen the inside? See, I'm one of the things I grew up to be a dork, by the way. I like weird shit. I like trains, right? I'm a train connoisseur. And if you ever looked at the inside of a steam engine, they could do that easily and make and power up a V8 engine today off steam. And how would you get the heat to build the steam? We got all kind of sources. We got phosphorus we could put in there. And we won't even have to stop at a gas pump. The only thing I would need to do to make the prototype is just to have somebody backing me with the money. But I could actually build you a V8 engine that runs strictly off water. Now, you would have to have oil to lube the parts. But other than that, I mean, shit, you're not stopping at a gas station to lube your parts. You can do the same thing with that they use for these cars. I mean, think about it. Your cars are now what? 40% electronic. Everything else is internal combustion. So,
for the most part. No,
yes.
Everything past 2003, I believe. That's when computer chips are getting more prevalent inside the machines.
But I tell you what, though, my Camaro scares me, and I'm going to tell you why. What happens when my car is, I don't know, 40 years old, 50 years old? MP3 player, or not MP3 player, but a freaking Bluetooth, that technology is going to be old. It's kind of like when we were growing up. I'm a baby. I'm Generation Z. So basically, I'm raised by baby boomers. Our stereo system was inside of a big wooden liquor cabinet. I don't know if you're old enough to remember those.
You mean Generation X? I'm Generation Z.
Yeah, I'm Generation X. So Generation Z, do y'all know anything about record players and 8-track players and cassette decks if you were rich enough inside of your liquor cabinet?
I mean, that's considered retro tech now. People buy that just to be hipsters.
Yeah, I've seen one or two.
I got a cassette player in my car. I mean, I'm going to get it updated. So I'm going to take the paneling out and go get me a Bluetooth. But I got one in my car. I don't know about in the liquor cabinet.
You got a cassette player in your car?
Yeah, I do.
What?
I just have a CD player in mine.
It's a O2. So
okay. An O2 got a cassette player? I thought they went to CD by that time.
Depending on the manufacturer.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're right, because I had a Hyundai Accent that was like a 2003, and it had a tape deck in there. And I used to have to I bought the Walkman or the Discman, and I had the cassette adapter, and I...
Nice word, Shatter.
I used to be poor.
That bot showed back up, Faulkner. I guess you're being targeted. The bots are coming. Shattered managed to either stop one of them or delete one of them.
Oh, they came in my room earlier.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna build a channel where I talk about the 80s, man, because I think that y'all Gen Zers, y'all got deprived out of arcade games, man. We can play arcade games in our house with the same graphics, better graphics than what we have to go stick quarters in. But damn, man, being able to go out to the arcade with your friends and eat pizza and you know what I'm saying, just chill out, that was fun. Those were the days, man.
Well, there's still places like that, especially in Nevada. If you frequent the desert that shouldn't, well, the city desert that shouldn't exist, but like D Street, they have places like that where it's called insert coins, and hopefully I'm not giving them free promo, but there's places that still, yeah, they still have places where you can do like classic arcade gaming, where it's, the cabinets stand up, you got 4 people, and well, maybe not now because of COVID, but where 4 people can get together, throw some coins in, play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or maybe Gauntlet, or what's another one, Simpsons.
Yeah, they got Dave and Buster's now, but I'm talking about like the back in the day, man. Like Showbiz Pizza before it turned into Chuck E. Cheese was real pizza. Pizza Hut, you got real pizza from Pizza Hut. The pizza used to be good. I mean, I don't know what happened. I mean, when you went to Pizza Hut, the building was a pizza. It was like a big old red top on the building, and they had damn good pizza in there. Now, you know, around here in my city, those old Pizza Huts, they're like other restaurants now. But yeah, man, I mean, the 80s was the best, man. Like growing up in the 80s.
Everything got corporatized. Like it's same thing. You seen that movie Casino? What happened at the end of Casino? That's happened everywhere. That was everywhere and everything.
I mean, I remember when food used to be so good, like Burger King, man. When you went and got you a Whopper, that was a treat. Now it's just like, you know,
frozen patties over mayo.
Yeah, it tastes mass produced. You see what I'm saying? Like back in the day, it felt like somebody made your hamburger with love. You know, now
that's why you support local and go to mom and pops now. You if your area supports such a thing.
Oh, that's all I do now, man. Cause like, you know, franchise, man, they're going to hell. Man, I can tell you, man, a day and time, especially in like the 90s. Woo-wee. I mean, life was just so simple.
I think
even
Joel, or not Joel, Shattered.
I was gonna say, gonna say even the sodas are different. Like I like Mexican Sprite because they make it with the sugar cane sugar.
Yeah, they do. That sugar cane's different. It tastes like it's crisper. It's crisper. Mexican soda, that Mexican Coke.
Yes.
Coming out that glass bottle was crisper. And then the plastic one, I don't know, it tastes synthetic. Like it tastes a little like plastic.
Hey, like Shatter, I think Joel would like to learn more about your prototype. If you're still here, because I don't have any of that. I'm just reading the chat for him because I don't know if he's got the link to check in the backlog here. But Shatter, if you're out there in Radio Land, Joel would like to know more.
But can you imagine though? I mean, cause see, back in the 90s, to do what I'm doing right now, it would have taken me probably 4 amps, a big ass antenna. Now all I need is a high speed connection, and I can talk to somebody that lives all the way in Australia from my living room.
You need to be wired in. You'd have to be wired in desktop. I mean, it would be going slow. Your CPU would be damn near on fire on the StreamYard. Your shit would be like in the trash. You'd be AOL dialing up. Shit take like 20 minutes just to open up, and it take like 20 minutes to get to the call log, and then you finally get a call, and then you gotta wait for him to boot up, and that take 20 minutes, and then y'all finally get on there, and then what y'all just texting because y'all not doing face to face. Y'all can't see each other in 1080 because
you did. It's pixelated.
It's pixelated. I'm looking at you in 1080. This is for a computer like that to render.
And he's using green screen.
Green screen too? Yeah, that'll blow up. It'll blow up. CD players fly all over the wall. Nah.
Man, it's funny though when you think about it, cause it's like, you know, I think that all the technology that we have today, they had back then. You know, like somebody had told me one time that the reason we have cell phones is because of alien technology.
I don't know about that one. Because if you go back towards the whole dogma thing, the Phoenicians, they were able to use telepathy. They didn't really need. I don't know if they had anything that amplified their abilities,
Nigga,
but
did you just say telepathy?
yes, the Phoenicians. Just like
Nigga, what?
like the Corinthians, how you got Corinthian letter, you have Phoenicians, and they had telepathy.
Wait, there's a subset of humans that can read each other's minds.
I wouldn't say they're a subset. They're just humans that are just in a different geographic region, and they develop something else.
And they
There's-
can read each other's mind. That's beyond something else.
It's a type of telepathy, yes. I think that's how they coined the phrase phone, because of Phoenicians.
Huh. Huh.
Just like the Carthaginians, they had their own breakaways. There's always been a type of breakaway society, but depending on how long they last before either invaders, pestilence, or some type of cataclysm happens, they don't survive long enough, and their technology doesn't. Just like the arithmetic, I can't say it, it's a Greek word. It's basically a computer that was built during the time of the Greeks when they were running the world.
Nigga, did you say a computer?
Yes,
computer.
it's arithmetic. I can't say the word. It's a very, very Greek word.
Did it run on energy or?
Give me a second. I'm gonna try to spell it. Let's see here. There it
What was
is.
it, just a high-tech
Arithmetica.
old-
Yeah, it was a pneumatic device. Antikythera. I sound really weird trying to pronounce this on the internet, but whatever. But yeah, here it's in the back chat. If someone can post it in the actual YouTube, that'd be great, and people can take a look at it. But yeah, I mean, there's always been different types of machinations throughout human history, from breakaway societies and stuff. Just like the abacus was.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's there's always been technologies that existed. Now, what form they took and what geographical region of humans that created it, it's the luck of the draw at that point. But
Holy shit!
Yeah,
This was on Ancient Aliens.
well, it's definitely real. Just like the Emerald tablets are real. That's what I'm saying. Some of the stuff, it's not so much a conspiracy. It's more so just like, no, there was just different sectors of humans that really didn't mingle with anyone. They stayed in their own little pocket, and they developed, and they got to a certain point, and then poof, they vanished.
Yeah, I remember seeing that thing.
Yeah.
They vanished because they died off from their own kind of plague, the inner war, or whatever.
It could have been anything, man. I mean, you got to think, like, some people didn't even have writing. Just like how our ability to speak is a type of technology. We went from acoustic stuff to banging on stuff to communicate, and now we're using syntaxes and shit. So it's just a weird planet, and it's all happened on this little blue marble that's just floating in space.
Some people believe that we live on a freaking flat Earth.
We can just show them the video of the volcano that just went off to show you that the Earth ain't flat, bro. The Tongan volcano that just went off will show you that we got technology. We can see the planet. You don't have to guess this anymore. We got this one covered.
It's funny though, because there's some people who say that if the planet is round, gosh, there's people that, if you go to my website, you'll see a 4-hour broadcast of me going back and forth with this flat earther. We had a respectful debate. We didn't argue with each other or anything. And, she told me from her position. I kept telling her from mine. Another one of the weird things I'm into is astronomy. Okay, I'm like, so
it's not weird. It's very normal.
Yeah, that's weird, man. I don't know too many astronomers around here, and all the astronomers that I do know in South Carolina, they're a bunch of weirdos, But
Hey, how about this? Hey, tell her this. If the Earth was flat, how about this? Tell her to go on a cruise from, let's say this, go on a cruise from one side of the hemisphere from the other. If the Earth is flat, then you should fall off into space, interstellar space, and die from lack of oxygen and falling out of the Earth's freaking atmosphere. If it's not flat, then
her theory is that Antarctica is a wall that goes around the Earth.
Yeah, she's coming at it from a very religious perspective, I'm sure, because she's gonna talk about the firmament, the dome.
Yes.
Yeah, I've had my bouts with that too, and I'm just like, okay, you go ahead.
I'll tell you how far gone some of them are. There's actually a video on YouTube where I'm pretty sure you guys have probably seen it, where the flat earthers got together and they finally decided to do an experiment to prove the Earth was flat. They did the experiment, which was like they put a powerful laser on a stick, and then they put a couple of markers like a few 100 meters out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they clearly drew down, okay, if the Earth was flat, it'll do this, and if the Earth is round, it'll do that. Well, they did the experiment, and it did that. And the first thing they jumped to wasn't that they were wrong. It was like, oh, we must have did something wrong. We must have messed up the experiment. When I'm like, you guys literally just did the experiment, and the results came back. The Earth is round. Like, you guys, like, are you kidding me right now?
Joel, would you like to see something it's sad, but how far they will go? It's in the back chat, and this was in, unfortunately, my hometown, in the neck of the woods of my hometown. For those who can see it, for those who can, let me explain. Mad Mike Hughes dies after crash landing, making a homemade rocket. He attempted to blast himself into low Earth orbit and take a picture of the flat Earth, and it failed horribly.
Oh, did he have any kind of like oxygen on there, or
no? It crashed.
No, dude, he didn't even get out of. He didn't get nowhere near that. He's no damn.
Yeah.
Engineer. And even if he wasn't engineered, bro, one engineer that would take a lifetime building a rocket.
But the kicker is, even if you got up there, your camera, if you don't have your camera adjusted properly, you're not going to get the proper field of view. That there's a reason why the ISS and certain spacewalk missions, they use wide angle lenses, is because the field of view can capture more, not just light, but more of the image. But people want to say that the curvature of the lens and the field of view and causes barrel distortion. Well, yes, it's a wide angle lens. It's meant to capture as much as possible in the focal point. So even if you got up there, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't believe we went to the moon.
Okay.
Okay, what year did we go to the moon? 1969?
Okay.
Nah, the 50s?
No, it was in June of 1969. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. 1969, what was going on in America at the time?
Civil rights.
So you
White
got
on the moon.
Yeah, so if you got white people on Earth that are scared to drink from the same water fountain, how are you going to get 3 white people to go to the goddamn moon? I mean, come on. I mean, think about it.
If you look at it from a historical point of view, just as us as a species, yeah, there's always something going on, just like there's something going on now. Like SpaceX just had another successful launch. And I'm pretty sure somewhere out there in the world, some prolific character is probably getting assassinated. It's both things can exist in the same space.
I know.
I'm
just fucking around, man.
I know. It's just like, because we're supposed to be going back to get helium-3 from the moon, and that's going to be interesting ploy because of the whole space debris situation.
Well,
I really want to see how that's going to play out because space is already privatized. The billionaires made it. Game over. It's not going to be open like just for everyone. It's going to be, you're going to be at the mercy of corporations. So
that's why they don't want you flying those weather balloons and those homemade weather balloons into space, taking pictures with your GoPro cam anymore.
Yeah, there's a lot of that too. It's a culmination of just a bunch of simultaneous acts happening at once, and all of it good, bad, and everything in between. And it's all happening on this rock. Because if you point a telescope out and look at Mars, ain't shit happening over there.
No, here's the thing though. What did y'all think of when the Israeli air defense said that we already dealing with aliens and we're working with them on Mars?
But nigga, prove it.
I don't think you can hide that. That's too big of a secret.
You
Because
can't hide
even
it,
if you look at Göbekli Tepe, you look at some of the Sumerian writings, the biblical writings of Enoch, and things of that ilk, they already said that we've had visitations. I mean, you can call them jinn, angels, demons, whatever. But there's already been a record of encounters of something else. Hell, the Nephilim, that's supposed to be the offspring of the ETs, if you will, for the sake of conversation in modern day context, and humans. It's a genetic record. Like, it's not like we don't know. It'd be more shocking if the government just said, here you go. They're right there. They've been walking amongst you the whole time. You wouldn't even know it.
Or they'll tell us something like they've been with us. You know.
Well, yeah. I think that would be the case, because at least in our little quadrant of the galaxy and whatnot, whatever's out there is down here too. We're made of the same shit. Like, it's the same
Carbon, oxygen, iron.
Yeah, in a certain respect. Now, now the form it might take, it might not be bipedal, it might be a quadruped. I don't know. I don't even really speculate, but I just know that the core building blocks of the chemistry makeup, it's going to be one of those few elements that are abundant out in space that you can just find. Just like water is abundant in space. That's why they're trying to mine comets, ice mining, if they can do it successfully, and just extract fresh water from them, because that's billions and billions of year old water locked into ice rocks, just floating.
True.
Not to mention, we got the asteroid belt right there.
It's not really fresh. I mean, it has mineral deposits in it. So
Oh, yeah.
It's still salt water. So
You're right.
It. So I don't even know why they're even doing that. Why don't you just purify the water we have here?
Desalinate the ocean?
Yeah.
Because it takes a whole lot of energy to get to churn that process, and the return on it has not yielded good results.
My friends
they've been trying. Huh?
My friend's yacht does that.
Well, on a small scale, sure, but you're talking about, let's say, like if you're in California and our main water line is the Colorado rivers, right? You're talking about, okay, on a small scale, your associate's boat might be able to do that, but it has a limit of how long it can run and do that before it fails. To massively scale that up to supply, let's just say, a small city of what's a modest population size, 5,000. Yeah, that's a engineering feat to do that. That's going to be tough. Just the power alone to convert it.
This fool was talking about wanting to sell to Europe, and I'm like, Europe? He was like, yeah, man, you have a good time on the ocean. I'm all for it. And I asked him, I said, what do we do for water? I mean, we're going to get to a certain point. I mean, it's going to take us 2 weeks to get there, 2.5 weeks to get there. What do we do for water? He's like, I got a desalinator. We can take showers and everything with the ocean water. Drink the ocean water. Drink the ocean water. Yeah, the desalinator. You can actually drink pure water from the ocean.
Just like if you were to Google search, or if anyone's here heard of Esri, you can just look up your local water reclamation plant. They've been converting sewer water into potable water for about the last, I think, 10 years now. That's why if you pay attention to like some of your municipality areas, you might see like purple tags says, hey, don't drink this water, because yes, this is recycled water, but it's not drinkable. It's just the water plants. Don't put your mouth on it. You're going to get very sick.
I've always wondered how they took sewage. I mean, because you got to think, every time you drink a glass of water right now, you're drinking water that somebody bathed in.
Dinosaurs pissed in.
Somebody came out of somebody's ass.
The same water that you're drinking is the same the one dinosaurs pissed, shit, and fucked in probably too.
Hey man, forget the dinosaur, man. You drinking water, a human probably did that. Let's be real.
Yeah.
How much do you think it circulates?
I mean, you
Y'all-
can drink urine up to a certain point. I mean, it's not recommended unless you're in the most dire situation.
Not just urine water. That's not what I'm just talking about. I'm talking.
Oh, I know
about
you're talking about fecal matter too. Yeah.
Not even fecal matter because it is water out the ass with the dysentery deposits and all that. Man, you can get like fucking what is it?
Cholera.
Cholera and shit and fucking you know what it is.
And die. Yeah. They made a whole video game called what was it, the Oregon Trail back in the day?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you died of dysentery or you died of cholera or something. Yeah, I mean, but as far as like reclamation goes, like we got fresh water and pond water and lake water pretty much figured out. It's just salt is it's just a different beast. Its chemical properties are different. And not to mention I believe it's ionized too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
so it's like
salt's ionized.
Yeah. So if you ever been to a dry lake bed, I mean, you can just see how much of that shit gets caked up. Now you imagine you're pulling that out of water. So all that caked up material has to go somewhere. Just like the coal plants, there's soot. You have to find a way to either displace it or repurpose it or something of the ilk.
You could use solar radiation to over a process of process
that's
evaporation and condensing it and then repeat evaporating it and displacing it in a different location and just leave the salt behind. You can use solar radiation. That's a much cheaper option.
Is there any byproducts from doing that though? Usually when you convert something, there's a byproduct of something.
I gotta get to bed, fellas. Thanks for having me on, man.
Hey, enjoy the whip, man. Drop the top.
I'm tired, man. I didn't even know it was late. Y'all be easy.
Sir.
Stay blessed.
See ya.
Later.
But yeah, I mean, there's no major drawbacks to that. The only major drawback is the time frame. But if I say this, if you start developing multiple plants and couple this with like groundwater excavation, and I would say that, and who are you saying? Asteroid mining, comet mining.
I mean, that's very, very far out there. The asteroid mining thing is like we're barely getting proper space flights without either catastrophic loss of life or finances.
Because if that's the case, bro, if we could just crack the code to salt water, we could just pretty much go to like.
And the person who does that will be forever, ever compensated. Their families will have to worry for nothing. Ever.
Bro. I mean, we could just go to like Titan or like fucking. You can go to like Europa and go take that water.
I wish we could just make this like Mass Effect and just do a quick jump and go over there. But it's tough, man. It really is.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. They just don't want to spend their money. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. They're lazy. Times is hard. And they're really not hard, but they're just greedy. They're already rich. It doesn't even make a difference. They're just stat padding. They're always stat padding. That's the problem with the wealthy. They're always stat padding. They just can't be seen.
Okay.
The bigger picture.
Okay.
They're not looking at the bigger picture because I mean they would make more. They would make their money back and then some in the long term, but in the short term they would be in the hole for a minute because of the infrastructure you have to build up. Once it's built,
I will only disagree in the form fact that people are not waiting because, like I said, they just launched the James Webb Telescope. It's a deep range telescope to look for habitable planets. It replaces Hubble. And they just launched this, if not 22 days ago, maybe 23. And it finally extended out. It's on its own programming now. It's flying through space as we speak.
Hubble was one of the older telescope observatories. It wasn't one.
Yes, and so, I don't know if they decommissioned it already, but it was near its end of its life.
Yeah,
that's why the James Webb was put together. But that's a I think it was a 15-year project that they mainly
We'll
privately
see.
funded.
We'll see how that does. We'll see.
I mean, you can track the progress of it now. You just go to type in James Webb Telescope, and you'll see. And whatever data they collect and of whatever's out there, I mean, it can only advance us. Joel, I think there's feedback coming from you, man.
And I'm just worried about aliens potentially coming to our, like, imagine if we have like an Omni-Man moment and we have potentially super powered carbonated beings with
It's too
planetary
late for that,
ability.
Pookie. We sent out a gold disc on Voyager 1 way before you and I were even born, with our home address, our DNA sequence structure, some mathematical something on there, and a couple of songs of the era. So that ship has already sailed.
Yep.
And if I'm not mistaken, since it was done, Voyager 1 was in 75, if not 73. So we're 30 plus years beyond that. And it probably is just now exiting the solar system.
Yeah, that thing is way out there.
Yeah, it ain't coming back. Once it went to that, once it hits its trajectory path, it's just so long, Space Cowboy. You're out there.
We do got one, what is it? It's some probe that's about to, I think it's coming up in 2024. One of our probes is about to go take its closest route around the sun. It actually just passed the sun earlier this year.
I know you're talking about too. But I think Cassini's the wrong name. I think Cassini's the one that crashed on Titan of all places. Since you're
it's
talking
another
about
one. It's like a solar something.
Oh, that's the one from the Planetary Society that Bill Nye and his people did. They created a solar cell, so it doesn't have to use any type of like nuclear. At least I don't think it has a nuclear battery on it. It uses solar radiation and it rides on like solar flares from I think S class and below. So it's amazing time, man. There's a lot of shit that's been flying off the world and just going out there. Oh wait, Mick Drama Bear said it just left the ionosphere, I think. Well, the ionosphere. That's what are you talking? What are you talking about, Mick Drama? Are you talking about a satellite here on Earth, or you talking about James?
Talking about Voyager.
No, ionosphere is planet based. Voyager's it's out there, man. I think he might be talking about the James Webb Telescope because, like I said, that just launched recently.
Well, what are they're using the solar webs or whatever, harvesting the solar energy to move it around. We'll see how that goes. That's kind of slow. Man, we just need to go ahead and develop the warp drive technology because we can go beyond light speed.
Well, actually, what the solar cell does is it's reflective. And since there's no resistance in space, what it does is it actually uses the light and the energy from stars or whatever to actually propel the vehicle. That's what the solar cell does.
Okay, that was a perfect explanation. Thank you, because I was going to pull it up. But here's the actual position of Voyager. For those who can't see it, it launched September 5th of 1977 at a universal time code of 1256. It has been 44 years, 4 months, 14 days, and 16 hours, and it is an astonishing 155 astronomical units away from Earth. It is now what NASA has described as interstellar travel. It's in deep space. It's past even what I thought it was at. And it's moving at a speed at 38,000 miles per hour. So it's out there. It's way out there.
That shit's a piece of junk compared to what we got now. I don't give a damn about Voyager.
You got to start somewhere. You got to have a benchmark. Without Voyager 1, there would be no Voyager 2 and so on and so forth. But yeah, I just realized that's deep space. Jesus Christ, it's way out there, man.
Super soldier one. We got to develop technology to allow humans to breathe in space. and to somehow increase our durability at least. Let's start off with height and durability, and then we could work our way to height and strength. We already have laser technology, so we could already develop like what was it? We could develop LASIK laser eye technology. So we could already have humans who could have eye beams that we could use for quick welding, combat. Just I mean, just imagine if you had a pair of laser eyes, you could breathe in space, and you also had the durability of, let's say, a rhino or like an elephant. That would be pretty useful. Like you could get hit by a car or like get tackled by like, let's say, like Khalil Mack from the back with no padding. It'd be perfectly fine.
I'm not sure who Khalil Mack is, but I'm assuming that's football.
Yeah.
But it's all about the vested interest. For some reason, I don't know what happened. Whether you want to go with it can definitely be the racial thing for sure. Like since that's like the bread and butter of America at this point, but something happened in our species during this current epoch where we used to have world fairs where you can showcase technologies of what's to come, what we're looking forward to, and then it just stopped.
Yeah,
and then we never did it again.
Because for warfare now, the technology we have.
It's possible. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that was like Zyklon. It was a agricultural gas that got turned into killing Jews. So it's possible. Anything that can be manipulated for like malevolent purposes can be for evil. Hell, a cell phone can be malevolent if you want it to be that way. But it just seems like there was this cohesiveness of understanding that, all right, everything that has happened or ever will happen on this rock involves us. And it just seems like we lost our way some kind of way. A commenter said, sorry, I'm not the host of this. I don't really know how to do this. But it says from F Holiday, way out, shut down most systems, just got a PEEP update. Maybe old, but still the first out. Yes, according to NASA's tracker website, since they're still tracking it, it is. With Voyager 2 being the second furthest. He says again, we have nothing that will cover that distance travel of 40 years instantly. Yeah, we have nothing that's going to catch that. Not in this lifetime. Can I ask how many seconds was? LaShawn, the seconds, well, it's constantly going up, but if the time so far is 44 years, 4 months, 14 days, 16 hours, 33 minutes, and 25 seconds. That's for Voyager 1. And the only reason why we brought that up is because Pookie here was worried about aliens. It's like, man, we were already fucked when they sent that gold disc out there, man. That was it.
Shoot, y'all heard about the moon? They're pretty much saying, like, when they were doing the first moon landing, what is it? I think his name was Buzz or whatever. One of their missions was to actually shoot their lunar probe back at the moon, and he was telling me how, like, the damn moon, the entire moon was, like, ringing like a giant-ass bell for hours.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
how
like,
the hollow moon thing came about.
Yeah. So, like, the moon itself, like, they don't know what the hell is on the dark side of the moon. Like, the moon itself could be a fucking base, for all we know.
Oh, let me answer McDrama's question real quick. It says solar system, not galaxy. Yeah, I know what you were saying. I just thought you were talking about the James Webb Telescope. That's all. LaShawn, I just read it again. I don't know how to transfer this over here without having like a massive feedback from YouTube. But if you just type in Voyager satellite on Google, and it'll take you to the JPL, which is their Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and it'll give you a complete readout. So, but yeah, that's that hollow moon thing. That kind of had me on the verge of thinking, like, the whole moon thing was
It's just
fake.
a conspiracy. Or I don't know about the
Yeah.
hollow moon.
Well, they were even diving into just the moon itself and how, for Earth's size, the moon is an anomaly. Like it shouldn't be there.
Well, Earth has 2 moons actually. There's a tiny one that's floating around here that people don't often talk about, but it doesn't control our tides or anything like that. Not like that.
Yeah, well, the moon. I mean, the moon. I mean, what could explain the moon is it could be like it's actually not that big for planets in general, because you have to remember Earth is not a big planet. Earth is a small planet. I mean, Jupiter, the Europa is about the size of Earth. It's roughly about the same size as Earth is. So it's not really all that big.
Well, if you're comparing the Jovians to the terrestrials, and yeah, the terrestrial ones, the Terran ones, are going to be tiny. I don't even think they discovered a terrestrial world that was much larger than. No, I take that back. No, they found something called a super Earth. Yeah, they called it super Earth. It was in the not Attica Traverse.
With the oxygen, primarily hydrogen, oxygen atmospheres, and watery, but super tides.
That's where they found it. Yeah, they found it in the Andromeda cluster, a super Earth that was in the quote-unquote Goldilocks zone of sustainable life that has the right type of orbit, the right elliptical plane. I doubt if it has Milankovitch cycles. But
it probably has life on it. I would bet.
Well, I mean, we're here, and then it's kind of like, what do you also define as life? Because fish is life.
I tell you,
so is bacteria.
When we look at a lot of these planets, we see green areas on the planet. I mean, like, what do y'all think that is? Like, is that not supposed to be like trees, algae, bushes, and different plant life material? Like,
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you're saying like sentient, autonomous life, then so far there's been no concrete like evidence to say that there is outside of us. But I'm of the belief that we're here. So
and we see, but I noticed on a lot of the images that we see of these planets out there, there's green plants on them. Like you can see some of the continent, maybe the greenish tint to the continent. I mean, don't y'all think that there's at least plant life down there, at least basic life?
Well, there's microbial life right now on Mars, and there's microbial life on the moon. There's these little creatures called tardigrades that actually live in space, and they can't die. So that's what I'm saying. There's life in abundance. It's just whether your parameters are set for life, as in, okay, are we talking intelligent life, feral? There's a word for it, but it's basically just static life that's just there, like your shrubbery, trees, rocks, and shit like that. But there's life out there. I mean, the sun, if you want to classify it as kind of a living organism, so big ass nuclear ball, but it can be considered alive, because if that son of a bitch goes out, then we're all dead in about 9 minutes.
True.
It's like, what do you want to define life? From microbe, or from micro to macro?
I think there's probably animal life, but there's probably aquatic life in the oceans that we just can't see. So I bet if we actually get to touch down on the planet and examine what's in the ocean, then we would see that there's animal life in the ocean.
You might like the book De Rerum Natura. I can't remember the author's name, but De Rerum Natura means on the nature of things. And it kind of dives into the history of philosophers and scientists who have been around long before you and I have. And they were talking about atoms and the void and life outside of the realm that they are in, way back in the days of Ptolemy and Alexander the Great and all that shit. So, I mean, these discussions that we have are they're not foreign. They've been around. It's just a matter of now that we have better instrumentation to kind of actually measure and clarify, really. what's out there, and or rather what's in there,
Well,
depending on
what
how
do you
you're looking at it.
what do you and speaking of looking at, what do you think of the concept of observable reality versus unobservable? And I'm pretending to like the Schrodinger cat
Mhm.
experiment, where it's like they and it's in other experiments as well, where they're seeing how matter changes whether it's being observed by someone or whether it's not.
I would have to defer to an experiment that some people know about. Is the atom experiment where they shot it through a piece of gold to
Yeah,
see it
that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So they were able to observe that, but they could not observe the inverse property of it. But they still proved it exists because of what they did measure in the observable world. So to answer it, this will be I guess my personal answer. I can't speak on the scientific community because maybe they're still doing research on it.
Yeah.
But I would say if out of sight, out of mind, man.
Because I think the Schrodinger cat thing, if people aren't familiar with it, he pretty much put a cat in a box and some sort of mechanism with poison gas, and he was monitoring the life force of the what is it, he was monitoring like the heart rate and all that stuff of the cat inside the box, and whether or not the mechanism went off, he was still observing, like, for some reason his instruments were showing that the cat was both dead and alive. And then with the foil experiment, they shot like some sort of photon or something, and they made it so it could take two different routes. It can go left, it can like hit the thing left, or it can hit the thing right. And what they found is when they didn't observe it, it hit both of those points. But when they did observe it, it only hit one.
Well, I'm seeing what you're talking about. You're talking the second part of that experiment was the Copenhagen interpretation, where there's things that happened with like him being alive and dead, the cat, happened simultaneously. So it appears, to answer your question, it's possible, but I don't even think I have any equipment to even try to attempt this. It's just to see if observable reality versus non works in the way that they did it.
Well, you could try. You could do this. You could take a rat or some sort of animal, and some means of, because I think they hooked up stuff to monitor its vitals, and you monitor the vitals, but you have to look at the whatever mechanism. Because the thing is, the mechanism was random or something. Like it was like one of those things. I forgot what set it off, but it was like something randomly set it off, and then it would release the poison gas, or it wouldn't release the poison gas. And it was like they couldn't tell whether or not the cat was dead or alive until they took the box off. But until they took the box off to observe what had happened, the vitals was showing that the cat was both dead and alive.
So here it is. Schrodinger's cat, a flask of poison, and a radioactive source were placed in a sealed box. If an internal monitor, a Geiger counter, detects radioactivity, a single atom dying, the flask is shattered, releasing the poison which kills the cat. But apparently, the Copenhagen interpretation of the quantum mechanic implies that after a while, the cat is simultaneously alive and dead. Yet, when one looks in the box, one sees the cat either alive or dead, but not both alive and dead. So it poses that question of perspective. So if I open that box and I saw a cat that's alive, close it, you went there and you saw it laying down, are we experiencing the same thing?
So it to some extent it supports the theory that we're living in a sort of virtual reality, because it's based off of what we see and observe, like what humans see and observe. And I remember there was a show I was watching that was, if you're familiar with like what is it, Horizon, some sort of game, I think it's Horizon or something like that, where it renders reality as you move the character to see it, to save processing power. So
Horizon Zero Dawn?
I think it was that, or it was another one where like you're out on like some sort of old Western game or something, but it was very detailed. I think it was on PS4 or PS5. I forgot the name of it, but pretty much what was it?
Red Dead Redemption.
It might have been that, but pretty much wherever you moved your game character,
Yeah.
the game would only render the reality that you could see, and then to save processing power, it would pretty much void out the rest of what you couldn't see.
Oh yeah, they use that. That's a technique that's been done for a while.
Yeah.
I think Animal Crossing did it on one of them, where you can only see a certain point of view, no matter where that camera moves on the XYZ axes. Only in that field of view that the game's engine will render what needs to be rendered. Everything else will either be draw distance out or they call it pop in, where it's like all of a sudden just a tree appears and it's just like, why? Well, the game meant to keep that out of your field of view until necessary. And that gets back into stored into how much RAM and all that. But so what do you think? You think we're run out of RAM that we can't render the shit now? Like,
I don't. Well, it would save because it would require a lot of processing power, just if you think about it, to run a type of simulation like this. And in a way, it would save processing power if we were in that type of reality. And I remember watching a movie. It might have been on Netflix or something where they pretty much ran this.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? I think it was. Was it The Butterfly Effect or something else? It was one. It was a weird movie.
Sounds like
but
Vanilla
pretty much
Sky. Yeah.
No, well, in the movie, pretty much what he did was it was based off of this concept, and he ran and he figured out he was with a professor guy. It was based off deja vus and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's coming back to me. Because like the Berenstain Bears, where people couldn't remember whether it was this way or the Mandela effect. I think that's what it was. I think it was the Mandela or something like that, where reality seems to have changed and it glitches the system. So in the movie, he created a program that was designed to crash it, and using a quantum computer. And he ended up crashing the simulation or whatever, and then eventually the simulation restarted. And whoever, but it is a movie on one of those streaming platforms. It might be Netflix or
The premise sounds
one
good,
of those.
man. I hope you can come up with the name of it. F. Holiday says, like a pie slice of active render space. Horizon did it. Yeah.
It was Horizon.
So, man, if you can recall that movie, that would be great because that's something I would want to check out when you talking about dealing with quantum mechanics and whatnot. But yeah, that's interesting, man. It's where it comes down to, if it comes down to RAM and we're just running out of it, or the system's kind of glitching itself. But here's the question. Off of that question, is that not part of the programming to let you see that if it is a simulation? Like, if it's a simulation, then there's parameters and programs set within, and henceforth, certain things are allowed to happen, certain arbitrations and deviations from the original programming.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was I just posted it in the back chat. It was the Mandela Effect. It's on Hulu, I believe.
Mandela Effect. Okay. That kind of follows up with all these other effects, the Rittenhouse effect, the Streisand effect, and all these different meta events that happen in our world. But I'm gonna have to watch that though, because I thought you were talking about Vanilla Sky, where that's about the butterfly effect, where you do something like you kill the butterfly over here, it causes a tsunami in Australia or some shit, something random and wild like that, because you upset something. But I think I'm gonna call it a wrap because my laundry's done, and this was cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch that documentary from the back.
Oh yeah, so I actually got quite a bit to watch now. I got that, and I have the Mandela Effect.
And I'm gonna open all these links y'all posted. I'm gonna open all of them. Link. You click this link. This link.
If let's see, is there a way we can put these in the YouTube chat so they can see it? So.
Oh, we can. I got you. Hold on.
I think you might better copy. Yeah, I don't know if you get flagged for it. Let me try.
No, I got you. I got mod cribs, so it's good.
Okay.
So I guess
Yeah,
I'll be.
Get back to.
Hey
All
Charles,
right, y'all.
come back
Take
up.
it easy.
All right, take it easy, bro. I'm gonna post all these right now. I'm posting all the links that he posted in the back for y'all right now. So we'll get that out, and then Charles, come up so you can get ready to end the stream because
I think he left, man. I think we bored him with the nerdum stuff.
nah, he's still in the back though. It's his stream.
Oh, you're talking about StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm talking about StreamYard.
Ah.
Because he has to shut it down. Like after I post these links though. There y'all go. BBC and anything else? Oh yeah, this one. There y'all go. And y'all can go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube channel. You can too while you're still here. I would appreciate it.
Sure.
Brother GRD is Sir Pookie Truth Prestigious Training. Well, not Pookie, Sir Truth Prestigious Training. Here, I'll post the link in the back chat. So you can just go ahead. Don't even worry about it. Here you go. We'll get this right over to you. There you go. Just click that right there. In the back chat.
Sure, man. There we go.
Thank you very much. And all y'all can subscribe as well. We drop weekly fitness content. Okay, thank you. We got a couple more people. Okay. I'm trying to get to 500 so I can get a community tab.
Oh, that's how many you have to have now?
Yeah, you gotta have 500.
Because I remember when they took away live streaming, that was fun just to have it on my phone.
True. I mean, they brought it back though. You can live stream. You just ain't got no tab. So I'm grateful for that.
I thought you had to have like 1,000 subscribers and like 10,000 hours or something like that.
No, they took the requirements off because people wasn't fucking with that.
Yeah, because I was like, what if you don't really do YouTube like that, and you still want to live stream off your phone? That was a good little perk to have.
Nope. And they added the membership, so if you can't even comment in some people chat, they can turn the chat completely off, which I disagree with personally. I don't think you should be able to turn the chat completely off.
I know they got rid of the dislike counter. I remember reading about that, and they actually did it. So
why?
Feelings.
Emotional.
No, seriously, because they said it was causing emotional stress to some content creators.
Interesting.
Yeah. So now it's an option. You can turn it on. I read the YouTube Studio stuff, but like I said, I haven't taken the full reins of YouTube as a serious thing. But I do read the little newsletters they send out and just okay, that's why they did that, and this is what's coming.
I mean, me either. I mean, I'm just I just doing the best I can, and I just get better with each and every video I make generally. So that's generally my goal whenever I post. But let's get up out of here. Let's end this. I just want to say, everybody, since I guess Charles, I don't know where the hell he at, so I'm gonna just hold it down for you. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. We really appreciate you guys watching tonight. We got a nice long 5-hour stream. I just wanted to say, all the new people coming in here, just go on ahead and hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. If you hate it, then hit that dislike button too, because
we can't see it anyway, unless we enable it.
We all good. Everybody returning. Make sure you got your bell icons on to subscribe, and make sure you got your bell on, because YouTube turns its bell, everyone's bells off. If you shadow ban like this channel is and other channels. So with that being the case, turn the bell on and thank y'all for coming out tonight to Charles's platform.
Yeah, this was fun.
We're gonna do a 1, 2, 3 countdown, and we're gonna go into a woo, and then me and you gonna leave, and then that's gonna be the end of it.
It's gonna auto shut off for him, right?
It should, because there's nobody up here. There's nobody removed from stream. I think I got mod privileges. I got mod privilege. I don't know if I have. It don't matter. I got his number. I'll call him. So it don't matter.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
So,
all right, Pookie.
3, 2, 1. Woo! All right.
There it is. Peace.
Peace.